funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. There we go. What's up? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
Duh. And if you want to join us, there's really nothing stopping you other than good decision making. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us on the phone. 800-348. 100, what is it? 100-348.
800. Not 100.
I can't remember the phone numbers.
100, 392.
800-348-1007. Yeah, there you go. 1-800-348-1. You can text me 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. For people who like to watch the pictures fly through the air. I heard from one of our bureau chiefs. You know, we have people who listen all over the country and Canada on the iHeartRadio app. And I heard from Erica, who is one of our bureau chiefs in South Carolina. And where is she exactly in South Carolina? She's in Florence, South Carolina. And she said, guest bartender feels like a very clever way for Garage Bar to get Bill to cover somebody's shift. Does Bill want a guest cashier at the Winn-Dixie for me this weekend?
Do I get a percentage of the sales?
Will you go? I don't know that that's how cashiering works,
Well,
but
that's why I do the guest bartending stuff, because I get
see.
I get a little chunk of money out of
Oh,
it.
that's why you
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not like a hey,
Wait.
come see Bill. You get a cut of the bar.
Wait, you get a percentage of the sales
I mean,
or
I
a
get-
percentage of the tips?
I get, for one, I got a flat rate, and this last night I got tipped out.
Tipped out.
Like I
Okay,
did a
that's
shift.
different.
Yeah. But I mean, you can make a lot more as a bartender than you can as a
Wait,
cashier.
so are you side hustling now as a bartender? I thought it was just this thing where
No,
like,
it's just-
come
it's-
say hi to Bill and he'll
they
be
just
behind the
have-
bar for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was that, but it's like they have guest bartending nights where it's a competition between the bartenders that work there, and they bring a guest bartender in, and then whoever has the best sales night gets a bonus on top of that. So I was helping my friend out to see if she could be the top earner so she could get a bonus, because she's helped me out with the comedy shows I've done there. So a little cross
A
promotion.
little quid pro quo, you mean?
I guess, yeah.
I'm so confused. So she goes, hey, I need some star power so that I can make more money behind the bar, and then you go out and help?
Yeah.
All right, I thought
I
it
like
was.
helping
I just thought it was one of these things where it's like, you know, when I've done like, and I haven't done for a long time because I always
This one was different than the one I did.
decline. But like the
Yeah.
celebrity bartending things, they're like, you're not making any money on it. I thought that you were just kind of hanging out.
I've done ones where it's like a charity thing, or I haven't made money on it. This one was one where I will make some money, or did make some money, and then they're all a little different. But
So everybody pools their tips.
Mhm.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
And then
they work their shit.
God, I remember waiting
It
tables.
was a lot of fun though, and I was really this time when I did the one at headquarters, I was cracking a few beers here and there. But last night I was like making drinks, like making mixed drinks and shots and all sorts of stuff. Like I was serving, like I was bartending last night. for
Well,
real.
I've gone past
It was fun.
I've gone past Erica's question. Do you want to guest cashier her shifts at the Winn-Dixie
no,
this
that's
weekend?
okay. That's all right.
Okay.
I'm going out of town this week.
I don't know if she's working at the one in Irby or the one on Cashua. They're in Florence, South Carolina, but she wanted to know, and I said I'll find out. It sounds like it might be more trouble than it's worth, but I'll inquire and find out. No, just waiting tables when you had to cash out to the bar, you tip out to the bar, and they always think you're screwing them. Like I worked fine dining, so everybody's making a lot of money, and you're tipping out to the bar, and like half the times, you know, the bar is not really Johnny on the spot. So there was always this argument between wait staff and the bar, because half the time you had to get back there. You know, if it's like a Saturday night or something. You'd have to like make your own drinks. And I'm like, why am I tipping you out when I had to do my job and half your job? Did you guys run into that at Winking Lizard?
No.
Arguments between wait staff and bar.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's any place you work. At
Right.
The Lizard, you had to just tip out the bar. But
Did you have to tip food runners?
we didn't have them.
Oh.
I was going to say at House of Blues, you had to tip out. It was a percentage of sales, which was very annoying because you weren't always getting great tips on your. So if you have $1,000 in sales, right, you had to tip 3% out to the bar, 1% out to the food runner, and then 1% out to the bussers. So you were tipping out 5% of your money. So if you had $1,000 in sales, I mean, you're really only making 20% of that is $200, and you're giving away 40 of it. You know.
Right.
So it can be a pain in the ass. But yeah, when you're like, I have to hand you $40 and I waited 20 minutes for a beer.
That's
you know?
what
Yeah,
I'm
it can
saying.
be very annoying.
There were always arguments. Because bar, they're just back there. They're not running around. They're not getting screamed at in the kitchen. They're just back there.
But also depending on what type of restaurant it is, like Winking Lizard is mostly beer, so not super complicated. Whereas House of Blues had a ton of like mixed cocktails and hurricanes.
Special
and the
orders
fancy,
and stuff.
Yeah, fancy martinis and things like that. So those take a lot longer to make.
Bill,
So
did
the
you have to
bartenders
make
would
any
get busy.
fancy martinis last night?
I made, so it was Austin Powers themed. I was Fat Bastard. One of the girls was dressed up as Austin Powers. Another girl was dressed up as a fembot. And
Do you do like the bottle flips and things like that
no,
back
nothing
there?
like that. But I made like it was like an ice cream. It had ice cream in it, and then Fanta. It was like a float with some booze in it. So that's probably the fanciest thing I made. And then another one called Blue Balls.
Uh-huh.
Which, well, you know, they were in like fancy glasses, but I wouldn't say they were fancy martinis.
Uh-huh.
Made
So
some,
you
made some green tea shots. Made, you know, I was out there mixing it up. If I kept with it, I feel like I could be a pretty good bartender.
Were you dressed as Fat Bastard? You had like the
Fat Bastard on vacation. I was wearing exactly what I wore on the show yesterday.
Oh, okay. Not like the Tam O'Shanter or whatever that hair
It got a
is.
laugh every time I said it, though, so it worked.
How many times did you say it?
Every time somebody asks, they're like, okay, that's Austin Powers and that's a fembot. Who are you? I'm like, Fat Bastard on vacation. And they're like, ha.
Did you have mutton chops?
No, I didn't go
Did
that
you have
far.
to yell, "Get in my belly" to people?
I didn't, but I did a few times.
Did you have to tell people that you farted all sheepishly?
I mean, they knew.
One look at me and they were
No,
pretty clear.
People weren't that really concerned with the theme, especially Faith in her Austin Powers getup drew the eye, so nobody even was really looking at me compared to what she was dressed as.
I see.
It was a very sexy Austin Powers getup that she was. It's
A
on my,
sexy Austin Powers. She was dressed as Austin Powers?
Yeah, it's on my Instagram story.
Sexy
yeah.
Austin Powers.
Go on my Instagram story, you'll see.
Huh.
You'll see.
Wow. All right. Mary, did you ever dress as sexy Austin Powers? She have like how you make buck teeth sexy.
Well, she didn't do the buck teeth.
But that's like part of Austin Powers.
Well, that's not the sexy part. And he fixed the
But
teeth.
what is the sexy part of Austin Powers?
Well, she's in like a dress. Like she's like in a little mini skirt and boots. All you have to do is
But
look at
what's
the
the
picture.
Austin Powers part?
Look at the clothes, man. It's like a crushed velvet dress.
So it was just crushed velvet.
But
Could have been Velma, or who's the redhead on Scooby-Doo? Not Velma, the
Daphne.
hot one.
Daphne. Yeah.
Daphne. All right. I'm just trying to get. I don't want to look at the picture. I want a picture to be painted for me.
I don't want to paint a picture for you.
Well, that's
when
the
you can
business
just-
we're in. That's
when
what
you
I'm
can
trying
just
to.
go look at the picture.
I don't want to do that. I'm having a conversation, and I want to know what the sexy part of Austin Powers is. Okay. Well, there you go. Congratulations. You didn't spin any bottles, though. You didn't flip any
No
bottles.
bottle flipping.
And you
but
didn't break any glasses, I hope.
No, but I did step on an already broken one, but luckily I was wearing bar-approved shoes.
Okay,
Not
Crocs?
really. I don't know. I was a pair of Nikes, but it didn't get through it. They
Yeah,
weren't
okay.
really bar-approved.
All right, good.
Mary be like, "Those are bar-approved. I worked in them for 15 years."
Listen, dude, say whatever
What
you want.
happened?
It's
What?
not my fault that
What
you're
was
wrong.
that?
He's not wearing non-slip shoes. They're bar-approved Nikes. Those don't exist.
Oh, I see. Oh. What would you wear behind the bar?
We had to buy non-slip like work shoes.
I see, like Timberlands.
Skechers has Timberlands. No,
Work boots.
Skechers has a line of like non-slips, but they specifically had to be non-slip like restaurant industry shoes.
Sure. You can't be slipping and sliding.
Yeah.
Slippy, slidey, freaky, styly. That's no good. Okay, good. I got to take a break here. I'll have more money for you. 2:30 is the next chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. You want to text for anything else, do that. 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the
got actor Daniel Stern on the phone later on. Excited to talk to him around 3:30. He's got a memoir. It's called Home and Alone. One of your wet bandits. It was him and Pesci. Yeah, they never did like a reboot where it was like a prequel, like Young Wet Bandits or anything like that. They did like Dumb and Dumber, but they were younger. They got those two young dudes to play them. Guardians win again last night, first of 3 against the Mets. They'll play them again tonight at 6:10 and then wrap that series tomorrow afternoon around the corner of Progressive Field. 3-1, the win last night. So 6:10 tonight. We'll get you right into first pitch. We'll get out a couple of minutes early here and make way for that. You can listen to all of it on the iHeartRadio app or, of course, on 100.7 WMMS. I got pictures from Susan, who listens to the show on the app. She is down in Niceville, Florida. It's up there in the Panhandle, right there on the Gulf. And she sent me her Aurora Borealis photos. Because they had said at the time, a couple of weeks ago when everybody was seeing the Northern Lights, they said they'll be visible as far south as Florida. And I was thinking, there's no way people are going to see them in Florida. But they did. Sent me a bunch of photos. Pretty cool down there. Of course, because we here in Ohio are closer to Norway than Florida is, we got different colors. I think that's how that works. Mm-hmm. The colors, depending on how your proximity to Norway. I'm just pulling Norway at random. It could be anything up top there. I also heard from Juan, who listens in Colorado. And he goes, you were talking about that old woman who, not the old woman, his story is about an old woman, but I played you the clip yesterday. Joe Elliott, he's the longtime frontman for Def Leppard. He wanted to make a very specific statement. Hey, there's a lot of people out there trying to scam people out of their money by telling them that they're me. And it's not me. I don't need your money. I'm doing pretty well. I don't need your money.
Well for myself.
I'm doing quite well. It's not me. Don't give them... I know he's English, but he's got like a Scottish lilt to his voice or something. But he's like, I'm tired of people using me name.
Here's the deal, right? I am the real me, okay? Joe Elliott. Elliott is spelled with 2 T's, not 1. And I'm not much to brag, but I don't need your money, okay? I would never, ever ask you for money. Please tell everybody you know I am not scamming anyone.
I'm not looking for your money. Anyway, Juan emailed me from Colorado, and he said, I have a couple of nurse friends who told me a story one time. A few years ago, there was a woman who was north of 60, older woman, who came into the hospital on a psych workup because she was going to, as the kids say, unalive herself. And they said when they kind of tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, they were asking her a series of questions to try to properly evaluate her. She had been in a social media relationship with Joe Elliott of Def Leppard for 2 years and didn't want her husband to find out. And so she was talking about committing suicide. She said she had been... Now, mind you, this is a woman north of 60. She had been talking to Joe Elliott for 2 years, sending him nudes, sexting,
money?
Huh?
Money?
Sexting with him, sending him money.
There it is.
Yep. Now, Joe Elliott, he's a guy in his early 60s. How old is Joe Elliott? He's 64 years old. So the days of him getting, nudes from young nubile fans, that's long past. So I don't know what the protocol is for that. Again, she was sending him, I assume she meant nudes of herself, not just random nudes. That'd be fine. But she had been sexting with him for a couple of years. And then she said that Joe Elliott of Def Leppard tried to blackmail her into sending him $2,000. And if she...
Man, he's hard up. $2,000.
That's right. Yep. Hey, listen, he said it in his song. I don't want a photograph. I want to touch you. The fake Joe Elliott said that if she didn't send him the $2,000, he was going to plaster her nudes all over social media. And so she freaked out. She reported him to whatever social media site. She's north of 60. I'm going to hazard a guess and say Facebook. Didn't delete her account, but tried to get back at him, and that didn't work. And so then she was terrified that her husband, who she'd been married to for decades, was going to find out about all this. This is Juan just telling me the story that his nurse friends told him. And so she sets up a ruse to have her husband go to the grocery store because she goes, I want to make this huge dinner for you because I love you so much, just to get him out of the house. But once he leaves the house, she calls the suicide hotline. They call 911. The husband comes home. The house is surrounded by police. The ambulance takes her to the hospital. The husband has no idea what's going on. He waits 5 hours in the waiting room. She's in the room threatening the staff not to tell her husband about what's going on and that she doesn't want to actually kill herself. But she definitely doesn't want her husband to know that she's been sexting and sending nudes to Joe Elliott of Def Leppard for 2 years. So the doctors basically clear her and go, you got to get out of here. We need the beds in the room for people who need to be seen. There's other people out in the waiting room, and she's causing this huge ruckus. They had to call security to get her out of the room because she didn't want to go home with her husband because now she has a lot to explain. More than she normally would have, by the way. Now she's got to explain the whole hospital thing. So, as timely as today's headlines, here's a woman out there in Colorado who was sending thousands of dollars, 60-plus age-wise, nudes. Wonder what that looks like. You know, there's a lot of people keeping themselves pretty tight. You know, when you'd think, oh, you're getting nudes from a woman who's, over 60. Probably not going to make it move. But, tough situation to be in.
I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, if I were in this situation, I'm the husband, right? Brian is sexting Rihanna and sending her thousands and thousands.
Oh, you're not in this woman's position. He's in your position.
I'm thinking, like, I think I would be more mad that he thought Rihanna needed $2,000. Like, I think that would make me, like, I'd be upset that you're essentially, emotionally cheating and you're sending pictures of your naked self to another quote unquote woman. But, like, I think I would be more mad that I'm like, dude, no offense, you're hot, I love you, but you think that Rihanna found you on Facebook and needs our $500 a week. That's what you think. Like, that would be the tipping point for me.
Well, and that's what I always think of is it's so sad that people are so desperately lonely. This is a woman who's been married like 45 years or whatever that math is. She's north of 60. She's been married to this guy forever. Doesn't want him to find out. But obviously she's missing something. She's lonely. And yeah, these people get taken in. Oh, no, it's me, Joe Elliott from Def Leppard. Because, yeah, he's famous. But maybe for her, there's a part of it that's believable. I don't know. Rihanna is such a megawatt superstar.
The guy from Def Leppard wasn't in her day?
I guess to her, yeah, in her day, in 1985.
Well, 30 years from now, Rihanna's not going to be the megastar she is today. So if Brian gets, when we're in our 60s, 30
old
years
Rihanna.
from now, yeah.
Oh, I see.
That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Hey, remember me, Rihanna.
Mm-hmm.
I need your money and your nudes.
Right.
It's probably less likely that, if you're going that direction, probably less likely that a female would ask for nudes.
You got to sell it.
I guess.
Yeah, you're getting it for the blackmail purposes.
Right.
Because then you got to go, well, I'm going to release those nudes unless you give me $2,000 or $500 a week. This happens to guys all the time. It's just not by famous people. It's just by scammers. And
I feel like this happens more to women. I feel like every story we hear about this, it's like an older woman.
Yeah.
Like a lady in her 50s or 60s.
Well, guys just get scammed all the time. I think it happens so frequently with guys getting scammed that they're like, it's not even a story.
Yeah,
because there's so many guys that are, on those dating sites where they're dating somebody abroad and they have to pay to chat with them. And even if the women are who they say they are, they're still not actually in love with them or anything like that. Does that count as a scam?
I don't know. Because there was that chick I'm thinking of 90 Day Fiancé. That one guy who had the girlfriend in like Brazil or something, and he kept, like, for 5 years, plans kept falling through, or she'd get stuck at the airport or whatever. But they, like, had her on Zoom, and she was like, yes, I am in love with him, and we do have a great relationship. It just hasn't worked out for 5 years. And I'm like, I want to say yes, that's a scam, because if you really do love someone, you'll make it happen.
But when these people are sending nudes, they're including their face?
Maybe they're requesting that.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it wouldn't be that hard to go, that's not me. I'm going to put these all over the internet. That's not me.
These
Joke's
are also
on
people
you.
that, they think they're talking to a famous person. So saying like, "Oh, I'll release your nudes," they're like, "Oh no."
Right.
Like, they're pretty. They're like, everyone's
They're
kind of
gullible.
yeah.
I don't want Joe Elliott of Def Leppard to plaster my Facebook page with all my nudes. Oh, no. What will my quilting bee think? What will all the girls in my coffee clatch think of me? Or the church? Or the local constabulary? I got money. It's $1,000, about 30 past every hour. This is the last week for it, so Friday afternoon at 5:30, you'll get the last keyword from me, but until then, you got plenty of chances to win. So good luck. Money here from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
There's a dude out there in California who walked a tightrope between a couple of towers in downtown L.A. Beauty part of that is there's no one in downtown L.A., so you literally have to call the local news affiliates to get any information on one of these graffiti towers. Kids just climb these. They're just kind of skeletal parts of buildings that are either in the middle of being built or, they've... And so this dude, I always clinch when I watch these people that are doing tight ropes.
It's scary.
Holy Christ. I'll show it to you here.
So I'm between the two abandoned graffiti towers in downtown LA. And
it's all on video, as you
look
can
at that
see.
overhead
he calls himself
shot.
Reckless Ben. The 28-year-old posted this clip on his YouTube channel, pulling off this dangerous stunt. This happened earlier this month.
Reckless Ben.
Why does he call himself that?
I don't know. I think it was a childhood nickname.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I would think you'd want something cooler if you're going to go by. When I was a kid, there was a guy who it was Dan the Spider-Man. Anybody remember Dan the Spider-Man?
No.
He was the guy that was like scaling the side of buildings. He was always getting in trouble, getting arrested.
These abandoned towers have become a popular spot for artists to create content and paint graffiti. Police are investigating Ben's behavior. He came back here to talk to us.
I mean, his friend is on the tower there shooting all this with a drone, I'm pretty sure. So it's like nausea-inducing to watch this kid on this.
It looks like there's some wind up there, so it's like dropping real fast at times. It's kind of
why he did it, knowing he broke the law, again, taking another risk.
so the police are definitely after me, which is why it's very risky for me to be doing this interview. There's a police officer right there. If that police officer just turns his head and looks at me, I'm in jail. So it's like, I don't know. But with great risk comes great rewards. It was very scary. I was looking down.
Oh, it's so stupid. I love these.
Because when you get scared, you start to shake, and then when you shake, the line shakes, then you fall off. And then I didn't want to fall, so you just have to calm your mind.
That's good. I'm glad you didn't want to fall.
Now, he also he has a guideline with him on the thing, too. So if he fell...
He's not going to die.
He's not, if that thing holds, But
Oh,
either way,
there's that
either
one,
way.
Remember the guy he did fall a couple years ago? He was climbing.
Yeah, the Asian kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just lost his grip and gone.
But he was trying to scale the building or something. He
Yeah.
wasn't doing like a tightrope thing.
Yeah,
but
still.
Yeah.
I would do this.
Huh?
I would do this.
I'm sure you would.
I'm like
It's
an
so
adrenaline
ridiculous.
junkie, dude.
I
I
know.
like that.
It's so... If I fall, I'm on a tightrope. I mean...
You're not going to die. Like you said, it'll be exciting. He's all tied up,
No, but I'm saying there are people who do this with no wire at
That
all.
is crazy. I couldn't do
Yes.
that. But if I knew I wasn't going to die, I would do this.
You ever watch that documentary Man on Wire? It's probably
feel like
it's probably 15 years old by now, but it's about this French guy who walked the tightrope between the Twin Towers, between the World Trade Center towers. And you're just like, you're clenching the whole time. Because you figure you probably start doing this, practicing on a rope that's probably a few feet off the ground. I mean, at the very beginning of practicing this.
It's called slack something, isn't it?
Probably.
No, this isn't slacklining.
But I'm saying that's probably how you practice just between two trees in a park.
Yeah, I don't know how you start, but I mean,
slacklining is a wider flat rope, and it's got some give to it. Like he was doing like a tightrope walk, like a acrobat.
Slacklining is a suspended length of flat webbing. Yeah. I see. Well, anyway, that wouldn't be easy either.
No.
I mean, that might be a little bit wider.
But I don't think it would work on a building like
between the Twin Towers.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do that.
Man, it's crazy. But I like this kid. He's like, if that cop turns over here, yeah. I'm like, he's not going to know who you are.
Yeah, I don't think.
You're on the ground. They're not looking up at you, sending the chopper.
I think that's one where if they don't catch you in the act, they're like, "Beh."
Yeah. If this kid falls and gets splattered, I'll go get the shovel or something. But
they just don't want him to hit somebody else. That's
right.
The main thing.
Well, like I said, if you've ever been to downtown L.A., I mean, it's mostly homeless people
yeah.
in tents. But other than that, that place doesn't get going until nighttime. Today has been designated End of the World Day. If people remember Harold Camping, I think we talked about him not long ago, just as an aside to something else. Harold Camping is one of these guys who, I think he's dead now, but he was constantly predicting the end of the world. He was running this thing called Family Christian Radio Network or something. And May 21st, 2011, 13 years ago, he said that today was the day that the world was going to end. And the rapture and the whole thing. And, it's always kind of, you have to check all the boxes. You got to go, the rapture, and then this, and then there's going to be the fire. And then we're going to, you can't just have one of them. They go, hey.
Fire and brimstone. You can't just have brimstone, and we have fires all the time.
Yeah. Well, that's probably why it's getting harder these kinds of prognostications are going to get more and more difficult. Even people who are dim enough to believe this kind of stuff, it's going to get harder and harder to get those kinds of people on board because they're just going to look around the world as it is and go, I mean, it ain't going to be much longer anyway. But I love the notion that people have. I'm always curious when the first concept of the rapture was a thing, because it's probably old enough where people really weren't thinking about leaving behind a pile of clothes. But that's what you envision now is piles of clothes because these people are being, raptured without their clothes. I think that's the way that it works.
Naked rapture, yeah.
Naked rapture.
Mm-hmm. I remember that in 2011, it was a big deal. I called my older brother who was really, they're both religious. They were pretty new, like born-again Christians. And I was freaking out where I was like, dude, if this is the end of the world, like I'm going to hell. And I had like a 2-hour conversation with my brother on the phone about like my soul and where I wanted to be and how to become like a Christian again. And 2011, I was working in bars and sleeping around and, just drinking and doing drugs and stuff. And I specifically remember all the hype around the rapture coming in 2011 and having that conversation with my brother and being like, so worried and like genuinely distraught that the world was going to end and I was going to go to hell.
But it didn't sound like you were like...
What happened?
I did. We're in hell right now. Could you not tell?
Oh, I could tell.
That's exactly what this is.
Wait, so you weren't like a super Jesus-y person at the time and you were literally worried about the rapture?
No. So I pretty much quit going to church maybe a year or two before that. So I was only out of it a couple years, because I went to church camp every year in summer until I was 18 years old and went to college.
And did they teach the rapture and all that stuff?
Oh, yeah. That's all in there, yeah. But so I was only a couple years removed and, I was still going to church every now and then and when I was feeling real guilty or whatever. And, but, I wasn't living my life right. I wasn't living for Christ.
So what did you do the next year because 2012 was that year that everybody thought that the Mayan calendar was going to kill all of us.
Maybe that was it. It was one of these two.
They come bing, bang, boom.
I was convinced that it was going to happen. And I was so worried and so like legitimately it was taking up energy and time of my day. I was distracted by it.
How did you amend your behavior to prepare to be raptured?
I quit drinking and was trying to be a better person and, trying to do all the stuff you're supposed to do, trying to lie less. And
did you go on a bender when it didn't happen?
No, I think I kind of just fell back into it. It wasn't, I don't remember being like, oh, not yet, let's go. It was just kind of,
wow.
Oh, we didn't die? Okay, well, that's fine. Everything's fine. I can have one drink.
Oh, so they were
before I
wrong
die.
for the 4 millionth time about Doomsday?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go get a drink. All right, I'm going to take a break here. I want to go see Third Eye Blind. They're headlining that Summer Gods tour. It gets them to Blossom. I was reading this morning, Blossom has got like a record season this summer. Tons and tons of shows. Blossom and elsewhere. But Friday, July 5th is that Third Eye Blind show, and if you want to go see them, I will have tickets for you on the way back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. And now, a Buzzard Bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in court, always check behind the toilets for bribe money that hasn't been collected yet. And always be listening for those keywords to win $1,000. Up to 9 chances to play every weekday at 30 past the hour. Take the action from the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Brought to you by Jersey Mike's Subs.
Here's my Jersey Mike's radio idea. I'm a ninja warrior. By night, I walk unseen. By day, I'm at Jersey Mike's, where they freshly slice my sub just for me. My blade is called Shadow. Theirs is called Meat Slicer. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy Sports.
The Guardians will put their 4-game winning streak on the line tonight. They'll take on the Mets again. Cleveland jumped out early and didn't look back in winning the opener last night. Preparations for the upcoming season are kicking into high gear for the Browns, who opened full squad OTA workouts today. And Caitlin Clark is now the first athlete since Michael Jordan to cut a deal with Wilson Sporting Goods for a line of signature basketballs. I'm Scott Davidson.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code SPORTS, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
Hey there, it's Alan for Classic Volkswagen in Menor. Easy to get to right there on Tyler Boulevard. And if you are looking for a new ride, you're not going to find a better one than the brand new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan. This is a sharp-looking ride. You're going to set yourself apart. Brand new SUV, finely crafted German styling with the Tiguan. And well-qualified buyers, you get 0% interest for 60 months through Volkswagen Credit. So you get it all with the brand new Tiguan. Get to driveclassicvw.com for the info.
iHeart's Classic Rock Radio counts down the top 500 rock songs of all time, commercial-free Memorial Day weekend. The best rock, 500 to 1. Open the free iHeart app, search Classic Rock, and start listening. Free never sounded so good.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserker brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Your next holiday just got bigger and better with Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly non-stop from Cleveland to Dublin with fantastic fares available now. And since Dublin is our European hub, you can explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe, including London, Paris, and Rome. Have it all, from beaches to big cities. Visit airlingus.com to book your flights today.
Right now during Ram season, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $479 a month for 42 months with $4,279 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 35,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 6/3/2024.
People have asked us if Dr. Pepper tastes like Dr. Pepper. Elizabeth from Dallas said,
Dr. Pepper tastes like how it tastes, no cap.
You're not wrong, Elizabeth, but we brought in a flavor sommelier to exactly describe the delicious taste.
Yes, on the nose, I'm getting sweet, charismatic, very unique. Now I'm going to take a sip, covering all 9,000 taste buds. Aerate it, warm it up. Driving up that top note, it's an aromatic ballet on my tongue, a fine balance between all 23 flavors. Yes, that's a winner.
Tasting 23 flavors in every sip? It's a Pepper thing. Inspired by real fan posts.
It's summertime, and you gotta try the new Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut and Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut Zero Sugar.
It's that Dr. Pepper flavor you love with the taste of coconut. Stop by your local Kroger and grab a case of Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut and Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut Zero today.
The celebration continues at the all-new state-of-the-art Spitzer Motor City Jeep.
Arizona going to open the thing. It's going down Friday, July 5th. Got a couple days off maybe for the holiday. Get yourself to Blossom to see Third Eye Blind. LiveNation.com. Anything I might have left out, they will have all of the exhaustive details for you there. Caller 10, these are yours. 2 for Third Eye Blind in July. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I started watching the Lollapalooza docuseries. It's a three-parter that dropped on Paramount Plus this morning. For anybody old enough to give a rat's ass about Lollapalooza, which I am and do. It's just called Lolla. Pretty cool so far. If you go that far back with Lollapalooza, we had to haul ass the very first Lollapalooza when it was still a traveling show. It was August of 91. Young Mary Santora was just a gleam in her parents' eye. Oh, I was thinking you weren't born yet. Yeah, you were.
Born in 89, dummy.
We had to haul ass. What's that?
I'm the same age as your sister, remember?
Yeah, you're actually younger than my sister. That's what freaks me out. You were born in the fall of 89.
November.
Yeah, she was born in January. Yeah, we had to haul ass. I forget what it's called now, but one of the big outdoor venues was called the World Music Theater. It's in Tinley Park, Illinois, down by where Erica Lauren grew up. And they had Lollapalooza in 1991. That's why you got to give it up for Ice-T and Body Count, because they're still making music. I'm going to play the new Body Count on 2 Hours to Midnight next week. And they were on the very first Lollapalooza. I mean, now, when you see, obviously, the Lollapalooza, poster, and they announce the thing, it's hundreds and hundreds of bands now. But the very first one was 7 bands. And they might have had a side stage, but it wasn't anybody was paying attention to. And because it was the first year for it. And they went to, maybe a dozen or 15 cities. And the Chicago stop was at this place called the World Music Theater. And so you were really hauling ass from the city. But it was Jane's Addiction. It was Susie and the Banshees with Living Color, who I was way into. It was 9 Inch Nails, who you guys may have heard of. Local band 9 Inch Nails. And they threw Ice-T and Body Count on there. Ice-T had this, metal band. And so that was supposed to be kind of the defining picture of what this festival was going to be. Butthole Surfers were on it, and Rollins Band was on it. And this documentary on Lollapalooza is actually pretty interesting because it really did become, Perry Farrell started to get a whole lot of criticism because it became kind of the antithesis of what he started out to do. But you figure anything that's been around that long, it's going to go that way. But so far, it's pretty interesting. It was just Perry Farrell and a couple of other guys that were like, hey, they were big fans of international festivals. They do like the Reading Festival over in England where they would have all these different kinds of bands. And of course now there's a festival touring every other week all summer long or all year long. But back then it wasn't really that big of a thing. And he was like, we're going to get a bunch of people together who would never otherwise hang out together. We're going to get metalheads and we're going to get kids that are into, indie rock. And we're going to get, you weren't going to run into Susie and the Banshee fans at a 9 Inch Nails show. Although that's a bad example because you can very easily draw a through line between those two bands. But
that's what I was going to say.
Lollapalooza.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Idiot.
Well, you guys are smart. Susie and the Banshees to 9 Inch Nails. But, and then subsequently, there were a lot of bands that blew up because of Lollapalooza. It really did launch bands like Tool and Rage and Alice in Chains and, because they would travel on that thing. And then it became something else. Now it is so not rock-oriented. And that was a long time coming. But, times change. My older daughter goes to Lollapalooza every summer. And it just, Gen Z kids, man, it scratches them right where they itch. Because now, of course, there's, hundreds of acts. And, a dozen stages or whatever. We haven't gone since 2011 or 12, whatever the Soundgarden reunion year was. So maybe 10 or 11, maybe. We haven't gone in a long time. And in the mid-'90s, Lollapalooza was very, very heavy. It was very centered on nu metal, and it was super aggro.
It was almost similar to Woodstock 99 and Ozfest.
Well, predating those, you know what I mean? Like there was a documentary on Woodstock 99 last year. Yeah. And those were pretty wild. But, Lollapalooza was already like a decade in when nu metal kind of hit. And by the way, shout out to whoever over at the Plain Dealer posted the article about 90s grunge band drummer dies. I'm like, oh no, who's this? The guy from Stained. I'm like, yeah, they're not a 90s grunge band, guys.
Yes, they are. Don't try to lie.
Their founding drummer, a guy named John Wysocki, who played with them for a few years, he did not have a good time becoming famous. And I think that he ended up probably drinking himself into really bad situations. And so he hasn't been with them in a long time. But I'm like, yeah, Stain was just here. They just did MGM Northfield Park, I think. But I'm like, they're not a 90s grunge band. But whatever.
It's that
Shades of difference.
What do you call it? Post-grunge, not new metal. It's the stuff I like.
It's new metal.
Just called post-grunge. Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't post-grunge. I mean, post-grunge was a much mellower. That's when you got your Collective Souls and your Dishwallas and your
Gin Blossoms.
Gin Blossoms, yes. That was all your post-grunge
Third Eye
stuff.
Blind.
Great stuff. Yeah. Like that stuff a lot. But after Cobain died, they were like, well, that's over. And, but no, Stained was kind of at the very forefront. They didn't have a DJ. They were more of a straight ahead rock band. They were more of like a Godsmack. But it was the precursor to all that rap rock crap, which people look back now, with some fondness because it's, 25 years later or whatever. But yeah, Stained was not a 90s grunge band. But whatever, man. I don't know who's writing this stuff over there. They're just posting a gallery of photos and going, hey, this guy's gone. This guy dead.
He did.
So there's a guy, it's the time of year for commencement addresses. There's Jerry Seinfeld and there's Harrison Butker and all this stuff. Nobody can make a commencement address and emerge unscathed, really. Robert Hale Jr. is a billionaire. He founded a company called Granite Telecommunications. And he seemed to be doing something very nice. He gave the commencement address at University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. And had a surprise. He pulled an Oprah on everybody.
Each of you is getting $1,000 cash right now. Okay, hang on. Listen, there's a stipulation. Hang on.
There's always a catch.
Hold on.
Always a catch.
First $500 is our gift to you. The second $500 is for you to give to somebody else or another organization who could use it more than you.
Now, that's a nice sentiment. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but why does there have to be any kind of catch? Why does there have to be a catch?
Because it's his money and he can do whatever he wants.
Right, but you're like, okay, well, then you gave me $500.
I'm just going to look at the person next to me and I'll give you $500 if you give me $500.
I don't know. I don't know how big of a graduating class that was, but he's a billionaire. You're right. He's not required to give anybody any money at all. And I think it's objectively a nice thing to do, right? He's trying to kind of instill. But here's the thing. If you're coming out of college, no one else is going to need that money more than you because you're saddled, on average anyway, with tens of thousands of dollars in debt. So he's given you $500. I'd love to know how many of those kids actually did what he asked and gave somebody $500.
That's the other thing. It's not like he's checking up on it.
Yeah. Right. You all have $1,000. Now, half of it you have to give to someone else. So I don't have $1,000. I have $1,000 right now. So I have $500. I get to keep $500. But I'm curious how they got. If it was an envelope under their seats, it would have been cool if they had like a basket that was going around with just envelopes, and it was given $1,000 cash.
Fell from the sky.
Yeah, because he gave it to him in cash. I'm just curious what the distribution model for that would have been. They go, hey, this is all nickels.
It's heavy.
Yeah. Speaking of Harrison Butker, the fallout, not complete. People within the organization of the school where he gave the address, drawing criticism for his speech, and from some unlikely people. This was at Benedictine College. That is a conservative Catholic college. So I know everybody's freaking out over this guy's address, but he was literally preaching to the choir. He's got obviously very anachronistic views on life, but if you're going to tell any group of people that, you could do a hell of a lot worse than the graduating class at a conservative Christian college. But even the nuns at the college think this guy sucks. And I'm kind of surprised that they would be that kind of open about it. They posted a whole thing on their Facebook page. The Benedictine sisters at this college posted a whole big thing about how we didn't like it, and here's why we didn't like it. Maybe nuns have more wiggle room than they did when I was going to Catholic school. Because back in the day, I mean, you know, you didn't really, the nuns were teaching and things, but they weren't really stepping out of line with respect to what the talking points were, really. So maybe it's different now.
But also, when's the last time you were at a Catholic mass that wasn't like a funeral? Maybe they're a little more progressive in that, like, okay, women.
Well, there's no nuns in a mass.
Well, what I'm saying is like the teachings of the church, that it's like, okay, women, you are supposed to be wives and homemakers and this and that, and that's what it says in the Bible. But also,
I grew up in a pretty
work.
conservative parish.
So what I'm saying is maybe it's not, I mean, and again, that was what, 40 years ago?
I mean, I graduated from Catholic high school in 1989.
So, yeah. 30 years ago, dude. So it might be that they're like, yeah, get a Facebook page. Show women that it's cool to be a nun. You know?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sure they're probably hurting for new nuns.
Yeah. Well, these particular nuns, they're not prone to keeping their mouths shut, I guess. About 10 years back, they were on record speaking for gun control or gun reform. And they've spoken out against racism and misogyny. And obviously, they're still going to be, anti-choice. But
because what's a nun? They're
a bride of Christ.
I was going to say they're married to Jesus.
Yeah.
So that's why there's no sex or.
Do they have to take
nothing.
turns, or do they get to do it all like a group thing?
Depends on the parish.
No sex.
Yeah, it depends on the parish. There's no sex.
You have sex with your husband if your husband's Jesus.
If you consummate the relationship, there's no consummation here.
Jesus has
Pretty
a
sweet
penis.
deal for Jesus. I got all these nuns putting out for me. My wife.
That's of the flesh.
Yes.
He's a fleshy dude.
No
No, he's not.
consummation.
Super fleshy. He's got a lot of flesh. Everybody eats it every goddamn week.
No, that's his body, not his flesh, dummy.
Eat of my flesh, drink of my blood.
Take that.
It's all the same thing.
Body of Christ.
Yes, they say body of Christ, but the sermon or the readings can be eat of my flesh, drink of my blood, that whole thing. You're thinking of consommé, not consummation. You're thinking of a broth.
I was like the soup? What are you talking
Of course. No consummation, but a lot of consommé. The sisters are especially cognizant of the fear and uncertainty that the Dobbs decision will have on women who are or will become pregnant in the future. So they're coming from that perspective. And so on their Facebook page, they were like, yeah, we don't think that his comments represent our Catholic college. It's a liberal arts college. They envisioned more than what this guy had to say. And again, he's, like I said, you know, people who put this kind of thinking at the feet of boomers are doing themselves a disservice because there's always young people who are along those lines. And their complaint is that comments like his foster division. And we don't need any more of that. We sisters have dedicated our lives to God and God's people, including the many women who have chosen to go and seek careers. Because I think what is lost in all this is if you believe in God, then all of those talents that women have or anyone has would be God-given, right? So these nuns dropped the gauntlet. Now, I don't know if there was any backlash from within the university to them. Hey, sister. But I was surprised at how many people were leaving. I guess I shouldn't say I was surprised. There really is no place on the internet or in social media that somebody won't make nasty comments to you. And so a lot of the comments on the Facebook page
of the
for the nuns is really nasty. How the church has truly fallen, the level of delusion in this statement. Ah, yes, the delusion of thinking that women shouldn't necessarily just be barefoot and pregnant. It's that kind of delusion that, yeah. So the nuns are, you know.
I mean, my God, you're all so thin-skinned. Look, Jerry Seinfeld took more over the past 2 weeks promoting a Pop-Tart movie than Harrison Butker did for his entire speech. And I ask you people, what is the deal with that?
You know, now what they're wondering is if Taylor Swift is going to be here when the Chiefs come to play the Browns in December.
Probably. Yeah. If she's not
Kansas
on tour.
City Chiefs. Really? You think she will?
Yeah.
Travis Kelce's from here.
Yeah, so she's been here before.
I'm saying, I'm sure they'd probably stay for a day if the schedule works out or celebrate Christmas or, you know. I could see
You think
that
there'll be a
happening.
lot of pre-Christmas holiday sightings of T Swift?
Oh, about a lot.
I would think that maybe they'd have to hunker down. You know, maybe they'd need like a motorcade or something to get to his parents' house. Where is he from?
Cleveland Heights.
Oh, he should mention that.
Mm-hmm. He does.
Yeah, they play Chiefs-Browns December the 15th, which they point out fits in neatly into a break in her tour. She's got a lot of dates scheduled leading up to December, but the last one in that first leg is December the 8th in Vancouver. So, boy, you're going to see no shortage just because you have to prepare for your local business. You know, you're going to see no shortage of businesses gearing up for a potential Taylor Swift visit to Northeast Ohio. So
in
that's
what way?
I'm sorry?
How do they need to gear up for that?
I don't know. I told you the story a couple of weeks back about coming back from taking my dog to the groomer, and this new bakery was open, and there was a line going around the entire building because they had Taylor Swift-themed treats.
Well, that was only because she released an album.
Yeah, but whatever. I mean,
but
if
her coming to town is not going to draw a crowd.
it's bigger than the album coming out.
No,
if she's
it is
in,
not.
Come on, what are you crazy?
What are they going to do?
You saw
People
how
are just gonna
you saw
go
how
out
nuts
into the
these places,
streets
huh?
And people are just going to go out into the streets and wander around looking for Taylor Swift?
No, I don't mean that. I'm saying local businesses are going to lean into the Taylor's probably around this weekend. Yeah. Come get a
I don't
cupcakes.
think so.
You don't?
No.
You've seen
They
what's
did
going
that-
on.
Right, but they did that for her album release, which was hugely anticipated.
I think right, and I think
visiting a city without a show and no promise of even being around people. No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
That's a crazy thing to think.
They're already writing articles about it 7 months ahead of time. Hey, do you think Taylor Swift will be here in December? So,
right, but you're saying it to prepare how would they need? You can't prepare for someone maybe visiting a town.
Of course you can.
No,
and then
you cannot.
if she doesn't show up, well, okay, I got these Taylor Swift cupcakes. You want some? The cupcake place right next to us. Guaranteed they'll have a sandwich board written in chalk outside. Hey, Taylor Swift cupcakes.
No.
Hey, Taylor, welcome to Cleveland. Guaranteed. Well, it would be a lot.
I can see
doubt
things
it. I
like that,
seriously doubt it.
like
Yeah.
signs that say "Welcome to Cleveland."
That's what I'm talking
Taylor,
about.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll go.
You're saying anticipate her arrival like it's gonna like the president's coming to town and she's gonna be greeted at Hopkins Airport.
I don't know what to tell you. That's how people
Listen, if people
There's
knew
gonna
when
be
she
a-
was landing, they would
Yes.
definitely go watch.
People have ways of figuring those things out.
Mm-hmm.
There would be a throng, if you will. Alan, when it comes to sex, Jesus gets none. I get it. Hey. I got a break. Hey, more money for you. Around 3:30, that next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie. We're going back out in the Cleveland Funny Bus tomorrow night. I will be your host if you want to join me. It's a lot of fun. Funnybus.net has all the details. But I will have one more pair of passes for you to come join us tomorrow night after this break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Hazy sunshine for your Tuesday with the chance of isolated pop-up showers this afternoon and possibly record-setting highs around 90. Clear and muggy tonight with overnight lows around 70. Your Wednesday, increasing clouds with a chance of showers and thunderstorms, highs in the mid-80s.
This report is sponsored by Classic Toyota in Mentor. Visit driveclassictoyota.com. Shop Classic Toyota's tremendous new car inventory in stock. 4Runners, Tacomas, Tundras, and Camrys ready for you to buy today. Classic Toyota on Tyler Boulevard on the Auto Campus in Mentor or online at driveclassictoyota.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know what? As summer is quickly approaching, in fact, it feels like summer now, and we're not even officially there yet. And if you're already kind of feeling maybe that tension that comes from being uncomfortable in your own home or worrying about how your energy bills can really swing wildly all throughout the year, it could be as simple as replacing some windows in your home. Maintain the structural integrity of your home, too. You know, you hear these horror stories, and not everybody's got them, but like, moisture or condensation that isn't attended to, subpar windows can contribute to that. And you can end up with much bigger problems than just aesthetic ones. Right now, Window Nation will give you half off every window style they sell. And better yet, you'll pay no interest at all for 5 years. Now, they will end this deal at the end of May. This is their semi-annual deal, so it's not going to go on indefinitely. So if you call Window Nation, schedule an appointment this week, and they'll give you an additional bonus savings on your order. WindowNation.com, best place to schedule a free in-home consultation. Usually get your windows in a day or less. They come with a lifetime warranty, made here in Northeast Ohio, and they look awesome. If you want to call, talk to somebody, give them my name, 866-90-NATION. 50% off every window style, brand new Window Nation windows right now, and 0 interest for 5 years. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Right now during Ram season, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab, 4x4 for $479 a month for 42 months, with $4,279 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1
New me are writing like paragraphs.
Open your free iHeart app right now and search the Nikki Glazer podcast to start listening.
All right, the Cleveland Funny Bus. If you've never joined us before, it is a lot of fun. Every Wednesday in May and June, Bill and I are your hosts. We alternate weeks. Local comedians, very funny people, are your tour guides. And 90-minute tour, we leave from Collision Bend, BYOB. It's a great time. So I'll be your host tomorrow night. I got one pair of passes left for you. Funnybus.net if you want to look up upcoming weeks. To join us, hit Cleveland, then find the Alan Cox Show logo. Car 10, you'll be with us tomorrow night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to the Alan Cox Show helps reduce road rage by 60%. Hey, learn how to drive, you dip.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Come on.
Hey, ladies. Hey, mom.
What's up?
Let's slide.
All right.
And we gon' get it on tonight. I drink.
Me too.
Go good. Because we gon' get it. Got drops. Got trucks.
Got G's.
All right. And we gon' take a ride.
God, remember Hey Ma? What a great
Cameron.
friggin' song this is. It's got to be 20 years old by now, but holy cow. I don't even remember who the girl was, but what
I
a
have never
fun.
heard this song.
You've never heard Hey Ma?
Oh, it's a great song. This
so
is like a
good.
perfect summer with the windows down driving.
Yeah.
This probably came out. What year did it come out?
02.
Yeah, I was when I was in the Philippines. That's part of my era where I just
Your dark period?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, Hey Ma's great. I hadn't seen Cameron doing anything for a while, though. Maybe he's still out there doing stuff, but they booked him on CNN to talk about Diddy. Did anybody watch this?
Yes, I did.
It is hilarious. He's just sitting there
Drinking
doing
his boner pills.
Yeah,
drink.
is that what that is? You look
Yeah.
like you're just doing shots on CNN.
It's like a energy drink and like performance, like sex performance enhancement drug or something. I don't know.
A PED shot that Cameron's shilling. Yeah, so he goes on CNN. They must have been casting a wide net to get people to talk about Diddy, and he's just on there to promote whatever he's promoting, so he doesn't have that much to say. Abby Phillip is the CNN anchor, and she didn't have much luck getting him to kind of talk about what's going on with Diddy.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, is there something known in the industry about how Diddy treated his artists?
So loud. Why is it drinking so loud?
So I'm going to get some cheeks after this horsepower joint.
I'm going to get some cheeks. He's going to get laid, right? Oh, God. Horsepower.
I'm just going off what Mace said. Mace took me to Biggie. I don't really know Puffers like Mace know Puff. So I appreciate what Mace said. And, of course, that's my brother. So if he felt that way, then he felt that way. I can't really tell you how Puff moves or anything like that. Mace may know better than me because he was signed to Puff. I wasn't. But my show does come on at 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube. It's called It Is What It Is. And y'all make sure y'all check it out. I mean, I might get some more information out of Mace from there. But for me to tell you how Puff act and all that, I
can't give you any information here, but if you go listen to my show, then you'll get some information.
My YouTube channel.
Yeah.
That's right. 8 a.m. Oh, good for him.
What about the industry in general? I mean, so many people have pointed out that Diddy couldn't get away with this stuff if there weren't a lot of people protecting him. Do you think that's the case?
Who the talent agent for this joint? Like, you think I'll be sitting around watching what Diddy do and all this? I didn't know this was a Diddy joint that y'all invited me to. Yo, who booked me for this joint?
All right.
Wow, and I don't be sitting
Cameron,
around watching Diddy and all that. Yeah,
thanks.
Man, come on, man. That's
Thanks
just
for
crazy,
joining
man.
us. Thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. You enjoy.
Just pot him down.
Who booked
Thank you
this?
for hey boo, book this. I just came on to talk about my boner pills, not Diddy. Poor Abby Phillip. They got to sit her in there. Yes, Cameron, could you tell me?
She called him Cameron, too.
Well, his name's Cameron.
I know. I just think
Yeah,
it's funny. Thank you,
right.
Cameron.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know if he goes by Cameron. That's what I always said because that's what.
Well, there's an apostrophe in it.
Yeah, but I mean, but his name's Cameron, so I don't know if he pronounces it. I don't know. What the hell do I know? I just love that song. I love Hey Ma.
It's a good one.
Man. I'm going to be talking to Daniel Stern here in a minute. I'll have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with him. He's got a new memoir called Home and Alone. I got money for you in a few minutes, too. Another $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. By the way, everybody's talking about Kendrick Lamar and Drake. But that's old and busted. The new hotness is 50 Cent and Ja Rule. Never forget how far back the 50 Ja Rule beef goes. Because anytime he gets a chance to crap on Ja Rule, he takes it. Right? I don't know how Ja Rule is not in jail for that Fire Festival. I don't know how he got out of that. The other dude went to jail. I'm still fascinated by how that all played out. He and Ja Rule, $100 million class action suit. Ja Rule walks away. Maybe he cut some checks. I don't know. But, 50 Cent is a big Knicks fan. And they got knocked out of the playoffs by the Pacers. And he blames Ja Rule. Because he was posting a photo of Ja Rule kissing the championship trophy. And he's like, you can't do this. You can't let this fool touch the trophy. And so I'm not sure why people aren't paying attention to the 50 Ja Rule beef. Because the Kendrick Drake thing, who cares? That can only go on for so long. But 50 Cent and Ja Rule, that goes way back. Right?
Blame them for their loss.
Blaming them for the loss. Yeah.
That's what Mary's doing with me.
Well, you were the problem.
You were blaming Bill for the Cavs' loss.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Big Balls wanted to sit courtside, and then we started losing. So you tell me what happened.
Bill, have you ever kissed the Larry O'Brien trophy?
No.
Ah. Well, you can't pin that on him.
I never said he did.
Now, going into next season, and I know it's a way off, but do you think that you will, do you think that Bill will act any differently given your accusations?
Bill doesn't listen to me ever. Why would he listen
Ever?
to me now?
There have to be instances in which he listened to you.
I listen to you all the time.
No, you hear me. You don't listen.
I was going to say, 4 hours a day he listens to you.
He hears me. He hears me speak.
What's something I should do? Give me a thing. I listened to you and I didn't do the dirty jokes for a day.
I bet you money.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was to prove a point.
That
was to prove a point.
Well, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to tell me all the things since you love telling me how I'm doing everything wrong?
I never said that. I
do
said
it
that you're
all
the
the
reason the
time.
Cavs got knocked out of the playoffs.
No, you're always telling me I'm doing everything
What
wrong.
else did I tell you were doing wrong?
Just everything. All the time.
Everything. Think of anything.
Try and be a victim. I don't like this.
Well, because
she likes to
play
be
a
the
card.
victim, Alan, not
because making the distinction between listening and hearing is valid, but it does imply that there's advice that's been given that has fallen on deaf ears. Am I wrong on that?
Not necessarily
okay.
advice, but anytime I say anything, he's not listening to what I'm saying.
Huh. Why do you think that is?
I need
Because he hates women.
Bill's our
I
our
hate woman.
Yeah. Bill's our in-house Harrison Butker. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right.
Get in the kitchen, Mary.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
I did make a bomb caprese salad today for lunch, which is
I don't know that goes together.
What?
Bomb caprese. I don't know if that really. Yeah.
When
I mean,
you
they're-
get like
they're
really
good.
fresh ingredient,
Yeah.
caprese salads are one of my absolute favorite things.
My wife loves them too. It's
Ooh.
always- yeah. I mean, they're fine, but
Again, I think it's a little under. You can't really. I made it. I sliced up the ingredients and put them on a plate together. But it was
well, that's
how
all
you
any
make
of us
one
are
of those,
doing.
so, yeah.
right. It was so good.
It's not like we expect you to make the cheese from scratch.
The mozzarella.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I will.
Wow. Well, congratulations on that.
So what I'm saying is, I
bomb
do pretty well
salad.
in the kitchen.
Yeah, she really does. Let me give you this money, and I'll talk to Daniel Stern here. It is $1,000. It's a chance for you to go get some money here from the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash, That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
Daniel Stern, most people remember from Home Alone and dozens of other movies he's done, City Slickers and The Voice of the Wonder Years and Dilbert and all this. My mind goes a little bit further back to him, but he's been acting practically his entire life. How are you, Daniel?
Good, Alan. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I have to assume that your friends call you Dan or Danny or Sterny or something, right?
Lots of them. Big D, Sterno, Danny, Dan, Daniel.
Big D.
Some that I can't mention.
Yeah, of course.
Pick your favorite.
Daniel Stern's memoir is called Home and Alone, and friends of mine are aghast if I mention to them that I had never seen Home Alone until a few years ago when my daughter and I watched it because it came out when I was 20. So my Daniel Stern touch tones were Blue Thunder and Leviathan.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Jaffo and Six Pack there, yeah.
Yeah, right. You've done a lot of work. You've done a lot of great work. I have to imagine that every so often somebody will make a reference to something you did and you can't immediately recall it.
Well, it's funny, but writing the book, I had to go back into my IMDb thing. Just what did I do? When did I do that? Who was in that? And just refresh my memory. A lot of them I've never seen. I mean, I love being in them, but then by the time they come out, I'm doing something else. And so there's a bunch I haven't seen either, so don't feel bad.
Is that by happenstance, or are you a guy who's a little bit reticent to watch something after you've done it?
Well, I'm only reticent and why am I going to waste 2 hours looking at myself? I already did that, and I don't want to sit there and just. I mean, I don't mind watching when I direct. I've directed myself in Rookie of the Year. I don't cringe. I mean, I cringe a little bit, but if I'm editing it, if I have some control over it, I'm fine watching myself. When it's kind of a done project, I don't know. I mean, I used to go to the premieres. Now I don't. I'm not going to sit in my TV room and watch myself. That's the last thing anybody wants to do in this house.
I always think of it in terms of when you're making the film, it's really made in the editing room. I wasn't sure if there was a curiosity as to how it came out.
There's a curiosity, but also I mean, and again, I watch a lot of them, but I do sculptures too. So when I've done a sculpture, I'm creating it. I can change it. Then it becomes cast in bronze. It's done. It's almost like it's not dead to me, but it's inanimate. I like animated things.
There's no sense in going back when you want to go forward.
Exactly, and I try to keep going forward. That's how I ended up writing the book, because I finally just said, Dan, stop. Just stop for a second. Let's look back and see what you've done. Let's go back and see how you got all these blessings in your life. How and that's what I didn't even start writing a book. I started writing just a recounting for myself, and sort of a legacy for my future great grandchildren or whoever might be still watching Home Alone in the 22nd century. There's a story behind this that I need to tell, that my wife and I want to tell our story of our family and stuff. And then it sort of developed into a book. So that was kind of let's stop and look back for a minute, because I've been going forward my whole life.
I was curious if it was a COVID project, but it sounds more like you kind of just started a diary of sorts that became a memoir.
Exactly. I just wanted to, I guess the pandemic kind of gave me time to, everything slowed down. I didn't think of it right away, but by the time I'd spent time with myself, and again, I spend 7 hours a day in my sculpture studio.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of time in there to push clay around and think. And I thought, I'm glad I'm slowing down here. And what did happen? And so, it did start as a personal thing. And I eventually, as I started writing it and then developed chapters, and it started to sound funny to me. I mostly wanted to make a book that was funny and entertaining, and I saw a way to do that, as well as kind of tie it together. Of a kid, I grew up, I was dyslexic, I couldn't read, I dropped out of high school, but I was still empowered enough as a person to take a chance on myself. And then I end up in movies that are about young people who are empowered. Home Alone kid can do it. The Rookie of the Year kid can, and then my public service ended up about empowering young people, teaching in the schools and starting a Boys and Girls Club. So it sort of developed into a book that was about empowered young people and the responsibility of us to create strong, independent, critically thinking young people. And then it started to feel like a book to me.
That's a very nice through line to have, empowering young people, to kind of carry that from whatever lessons you might have learned into subsequent generations.
Exactly. And that ended up the theme of the movies. And then I'm giving all the money from the book to the Boys and Girls Club. That's the final piece of this thing for me, because I'm putting that money where the mouth is and say, yeah, this is important. I mean, there's nothing more important, is there, in the world than to make sure that kids go out into the world feeling as strong and good about themselves and ready to contribute. And it was that sort of took the onus off of me talking in a self-aggrandizing way. That's the first line of the book, actually, is when I told my mom I'm going to make it into a book, the first line of my book is, "You're going to write a book? You can't even read a book." And
Right.
why do you think why do you think you're so important that people want to hear your story? I'm like, okay, thanks, Mom.
Nobody will ever kick you in the balls harder than the people who raised you.
Exactly, and that's another lesson in there, because I didn't let that stop me, and I didn't let her stop me when she thought I was, being a show-off in school, in the plays. I mean, they keep pushing you, they keep you humble, but they also challenge you to keep going forward, and I've done that with my kids, and and they're wonderful people, giving back to my son's a state senator. My daughter's a OBGYN, delivering babies 24 hours a day.
Sure.
These people have given back. And I've, however they look at their old man, I've done something right, and that they've turned out to be such wonderful people. And I want to, and with your kids too, and any reader from this book, it's like, yeah, you're doing the right thing. Keep challenging them, challenging yourself, but help them get to where they need to be. That's how this life works for us.
Well, anytime you see Daniel Stern in a movie or you hear his voice on a television show, you know it's going to be a good time. So if nothing else, you've got that. The memoir is called Home and Alone, and the profits go to the Boys and Girls Club of America.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you saying that. The stuff I've been in, I'm super proud of, and that these movies and TV shows have held on and still connect is, again, a blessing of a lifetime.
Well, I appreciate your time, man. It's a thrill to talk to you. Continued success with the sculpting. I hope that if you'll pardon the pun, I hope that takes the shape of whatever you want it to take.
Well, it really does, I mean, and just living the artistic life. I'm following a new, I still do acting and showbiz and all that, but I'm trying to take my own advice and take chances on myself still. And the sculpting's really filled that void for me in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So, yeah, check it out.
Listen, take care of yourself. Daniel, thank you so much.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it.
More than 6 but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on be discussed in polite society. Welcome to Impolite Society.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The Mississippi Delta was shining like a national guitar. I am following the river down the highway through the cradle of the Civil War. I'm going to Graceland, Graceland, to Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to Graceland. Poor boys and pilgrims with
I was reading about Graceland being in foreclosure, and I couldn't understand it at all. I'm like, shouldn't this thing have been paid off a long time? I don't know how that works.
Foreclosure?
Yeah, foreclosure.
No, you don't know how foreclosure works, or you don't know how it works in regards to Graceland?
In regards to Graceland, I don't know who owns I mean, I thought it was all under the auspices of the Presley family. But it sounds like maybe Lisa Marie, like
they're going to have to move back to the...
Move back to the what?
In the ghetto.
Oh, in the ghetto. Yeah, I guess because Riley Keough is Lisa Marie Presley's daughter. Lisa Marie passed away a couple years ago. So she's Priscilla Presley and Elvis's granddaughter. And boy, her family's had a lot of bad stuff happen to it. Like her brother died of an overdose a couple years ago. On the plus side, Riley Keough is super hot. So in Hollywood, you know, from what I've been able to ascertain, that goes a long way. We're watching this show called Under the Bridge. Is anybody else watching that? It's a dramatization of this big story. 25 years ago, this Indian girl in British Columbia was killed by some friends of hers in high school. And it's a dramatization of that. And Riley Keough's in it. But, yeah, you know, the Elvis connection in my family is that Elvis and my dad were born in Tupelo, Mississippi. And so that was always like a... I don't know. My dad grew up not necessarily an Elvis fan, but Elvis kind of being very much a part of that local culture, obviously. But they're saying that Graceland is going to be put up on public auction, and people are accusing the lenders of fraud. And I just figured this was something that the family owned outright. So Riley Keough is kind of on her own in this and is trying to fight the sale. And that Lisa Marie Presley, when she died, owed $4 million to whoever owns Graceland. I've never been. It's one of those places, and again, you know, I associate Elvis fandom with my uncle, who was, you know, kind of touched in the head. But obviously I understand what a big deal Elvis was to a lot of people. And they've granted a restraining order against the foreclosure on Graceland. I guess it's one of those places where I always figured I'd go, but I don't know. So
hurry up.
Yeah, Lisa Marie died January of last year, and then Riley Keough inherited the trust. And so I think that's when the dominoes started to fall, and, you know, because they're like, well, you owe us $4 million, or we're going to. And Riley Keough is saying that the lenders took advantage of her mother's diminished state. But everybody's buried there, right? You know how, like, Trump put Ivana on one of his golf courses to, like, save some money or something? All, like, Elvis and his parents, and I think Lisa Marie is buried there. Like, there's a bunch of people buried at Graceland.
I mean, that's a common thing if you have a lot of land. Like, I know people that they've got, like, family cemeteries just because they have a lot of land.
Yeah, because you're not going to put him somewhere else. Right. Why put him in somebody else's land?
Yeah. And then it makes the soil so good.
All that phosphorus. Man. So
you really taste the grandpa in this one.
You really got some John Tomatoes out there. What? Tastes like Gramps. Tobacco. Yeah. So I guess I didn't understand how any of that worked, because I was like, you know, you think of it in terms of your house, you know, like, oh, we paid the house off. I didn't realize that Graceland was still something that they didn't own outright. I don't know. So I guess maybe, what about a show trip to Graceland?
Let's go anywhere.
Let's go anywhere, yeah.
Dude, I've been on the show since 2019. We've never gone anywhere.
Well, whose fault is that, Mary?
Yours.
Get cracking.
Bad luck.
I don't make the
Mary's
decisions
reason,
on
yeah.
show trips.
I think that you do.
I'm not in the sales department. I'm not up there.
Wouldn't you be the guy who was like, hey, guys, we'd like to take a show trip this year. Let's make that happen. I mean, how did it happen?
No, it's not how it works. No.
How did it happen in years past when you went to Dublin or where? Or
They come to
Jamaica?
us.
They come to you and say, do you want to go to Dublin?
Yeah.
So then it's the sales
There's just fewer of those happening now because, well, I don't know why. But, yeah, I think post-COVID is part of it. No, yeah, when we went to Jamaica, that was the Rose Hall Resort saying, hey, we'd really like to have you guys down here. You can do a live show.
That was so fun.
I'm always saying we'd like to go places, but it's not, it's not up to me. I don't go, hey, send us here. I mean, those are very, very expensive productions. So, but again, circling back, it's your fault, Mary.
It's not my fault.
Get out there and make
Nothing's
something
ever my fault.
happen.
Nothing has ever been my fault in the history of things.
Well,
So,
I'm not a
check
history.
yourself.
I'm not a history student, so I don't know.
Well, this is a teaching hospital.
I can't.
so-
No, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a
I
learning
can't-
library.
I can't speak to history. So, well, yeah. Again, we don't have any. There's no connective tissue between this show and Graceland, but I don't know. Don't know. So Riley Keough has got a full plate. She was raised Scientologist, by the way. There's a great movie with her called The Lodge from a few years back, where she plays a woman who extricated herself from a cult, and now she's dating this guy with kids. Anybody ever seen The Lodge?
Mm-mm.
Man, that's a good movie.
Is that Bautista one about the end of the world?
No, that's Knock at the Cabin.
Oh.
That's an M. Night Shyamalan thing.
Shyamalan.
But she was on this show called The Girlfriend Experience a few years ago, where she was naked a lot. And I think she does good work. I think she was in, I think the first movie she was one of the girls in Fury Road. She was one of the pregnant girls in Fury Road. And she's in Magic Mike. Anyway, she's currently in this thing called Under the Bridge, which is a gripping retelling of the Vina Kirk murder up there in British Columbia some 20 years ago. So foreclosure there for Graceland, I don't know. I was talking about the guy earlier in L.A. who was walking a tightrope between the buildings. And not far from where he was, they're having some problems with a guy in the produce department at the Whole Foods who they found out has hepatitis A. And so they're telling all the people, hey, do you shop at the Beverly Hills Whole Foods? Because if you do, you should probably go get some blood work done. That'd be a fun email to get. I'm not signed up for any kind of Trader Joe's stuff, but I have to imagine if it's like any other business that you're getting like email blasts, right? Or text blasts or something. And like, hey, we got dollar bananas. I don't know what they do, but things along those lines.
Isn't that kind of a lot for a banana?
It's Whole Foods, Bill.
Oh, okay. I don't shop there.
It's I don't either. But I've heard people refer to it as whole paycheck foods. Because
that's clever.
Because
that's pretty clever.
I mean,
I'm pretty impressed by that.
At
Whoever came
one
up with that.
is.
I can't imagine why sales isn't sending us.
I
purses.
tell
That
you
is
what,
crazy.
it is. We should do the Whole Foods convention, if that's a thing. And but getting that email blast, boy, imagine that from Whole Foods. Hey, we found out that one of our employees has hepatitis A.
Isn't that from like sharing needles?
I mean, I don't know.
Is that the one that's from sharing needles? There's so
I mean,
many of them.
HIV is from sharing needles, and
It's so
No,
confusing.
one
Like,
of the hepatitis is from that too.
we're taught to share, and then when you share needles, that's bad. Like it's like make up your mind.
Hep C is from sharing needles.
yeah, that's like Pamela Anderson got Hep C from Nikki. What's his name?
Tommy Lee, right?
Tom Arnold.
Tom Arnold.
Right, Tommy Lee. There you go.
Oh, hepatitis A is what he has?
That's what he says, yes.
It's found in the stool.
Yeah,
of
fecal
people.
oral. Yeah, there you go. So this guy was scratching his ass and then, handing people lobsters or whatever. And,
So Hep B is in blood and bodily fluids.
Contaminated
so that one can
food
be done
or
through
water.
Sex.
Yeah.
Sharing needles.
Again, they can all wreak havoc on your liver, so they're trying to get people know. Anyone who purchased products from the seafood counter between April 20th and May 13th. Boy, this just happened. I wonder how they figured this out. How did they zero in on the dude with Hep A at the seafood counter at the Whole Foods?
Well, he probably had to take time off because he was sick. And then he was like, by the way, it's this super contagious thing.
But is it super contagious? I mean, it's something that you have to have direct contact with.
It can easily be
Contaminated
spread from one
food or
person
water.
to another by putting something in the mouth that has been contaminated by the stool of a person with Hep A. So this guy
Right.
digs in his butt, touches a piece of salmon, you eat that salmon, you have Hep A.
Yeah.
Bro, wash your hands.
See, my thought is there's already so much crap in seafood, though, that the Hep A probably has to really fight to maintain dominance.
Well, apparently it did.
Yeah. So it doesn't affect us, obviously, locally. But I have to think there's all kinds of people working locally in grocery stores scratching their ass all the time.
I mean, but
they wear those gloves usually.
Are you scratching your ass all the way? Like, it's one thing like to scratch your butt cheek, but if you're digging in your hole.
Yes,
like,
people are going like knuckle deep.
People are so gross.
are disgusting.
People are so gross.
And they're working behind the counter, and they couldn't care less because they're making whatever they're making per hour. They're not concerned about it. But this has to be rocking the Beverly Hills community. I mean, they're breathing rarefied air, figuring that they are beyond the reach of such unsavory things. They're at the Beverly Hills Whole Foods. I mean, again, the only time I'm ever in a Whole Foods is to like return an Amazon package or something there.
I know,
like,
that's the only time I've ever
right?
been to.
Like I once, maybe twice in my life, I've actually purchased something from a Whole Foods. So I don't really know that much about it.
I used to shop there quite a bit.
I know what everybody else knows is that it's expensive, but they have a lot of good stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't shop there.
Honestly, with the price of groceries in general, it's not that much more expensive anymore.
Well, yeah, now, but back in the day, it seemed to be clearly much more expensive.
Well, like when I lived in Rocky River, there was a Whole Foods basically at the end of my street. So I would walk there to get my groceries because it was just convenient. And I mean, yeah, it's a little bit more expensive, but it's not like you're spending $20 at a regular grocery store at $100 at Whole Foods.
But that's what I'm saying.
know?
Like, why go to Whole Foods when it's going to cost you more?
Because it was closer for me personally.
Yeah.
But other people, they have a really large, like, organic selection and vegan selection and, dairy-free things. And it's just got a lot more healthy stuff.
Do they have vegan ice cream, Mary?
Oh, God, yes. Are you wanting me to tell that story? Is that why you
What story? I don't know what you're talking about.
You're so stupid.
I don't know.
I got hit on last night by a woman.
They do that now, don't they? What? Call themselves lesbos.
Yeah.
At the vegan ice cream store.
Well, I had a break.
You're making your mark in New York already.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah,
man.
local lesbians are coming on to you.
They love me.
Yeah.
I had a set at 7:10 and then at 9:15. So I had 2 hours between sets. So I was just kind of walking around and I found a vegan soft serve place. I'm like, dude, you cannot find that anywhere. I mean, New York, obviously, but like, I don't think I've ever had vegan soft serve ice cream in my life. So I was really excited about it.
I mean,
Like,
why would you?
Well, because I can't have regular ice cream. That's
But
why.
still, why would you?
Forced to. That's why.
Mhm.
But I went in and I was the only person in there, and I was just kind of like looking at their menu, what they have and stuff. And then this girl walks in behind me, and she didn't say anything to me. And then I was like, oh, can I get the chocolate soft serve? And I was like, and can I get sprinkles on there? And the girl behind me was like, oh, that sounds really good. And I was like, yeah, I'm like, I haven't had vegan soft serve before. I'm actually really excited about this. She's like, oh, this place is the best. I come here all the time, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, are you like, she starts like chatting me up. She's like, oh, are you new, in the area? And I was like, yeah, I just moved here in January, from Ohio. And she's like, oh, well, this is one of the best places. You've got to be around here, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes, you know what? I'll actually take the exact same thing that she had, like that. And then she's like, that sounds good. You have good taste. And she's like being all like flirty and cutie with me. And then I go to like check out and leave. And she was like, hey, if you ever want to like, I'll show you around the area if you're like new from Ohio. And She's like, I can give you my number. And I was like, actually, I appreciate that, but I'm straight and in a relationship.
She was just being nice.
Yeah, God, so presumptuous. I'm straight, and she's like, "Yeah, me too. I just don't have a lot of friends, lady."
When I said I'm straight and in a relationship, she was like, "Oh, I totally get it. No worries." Like she knew exactly what she was doing.
Open mouth.
And I wasn't helping with my outfit. I had on a flannel. With
was it like 80 degrees yesterday?
Not here. It was only
not in
like
the vegan
72.
ice cream shop.
I had on a flannel with like a black tank top underneath, big baggy ripped jeans and Jordans. So I wasn't giving off straight vibes.
She was looking at you going,
that.
"You're not straight."
Yeah,
Stop
yeah.
You're
So
in New
then
York now. Stop fooling yourself.
My flannel with and for whatever reason, I feel like black sneakers look more gay. Like all black sneakers on a woman. I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up. But
What was she wearing?
she just was
Black
in like
sneakers?
workout clothes.
Yeah.
She had on like leggings and a sports bra and a tank top. Like she looked like she had just come from the gym and like her hair was up.
Sure.
And
How old?
She's probably about my age, mid-30s.
Okay.
Yeah, but she had
I
like
bet she got that full bush.
she had like the bottom half of her head shaved, so like her
That's a great look.
Her ponytail was only like the top, you know?
Wait, was it our friend Leslie?
No.
That's a good look.
But yeah. So she was like chatting me up and you know, I can like show
People
you
came
an
all
area.
over me.
I was like, no, I'm straight and in a relationship. No, I get it. No worries at all. I totally get it. She wasn't like shocked that I was straight, so I'm like, maybe she just hits on whoever, and this is like her
Random
place.
people at the vegan soft serve shop.
Right, where she's like, if you're gonna get vegan ice cream, I mean, you're at least questioning something, you know? But I did
So
not.
if it's that short of a ride for her, she's like, "Oh, you must be questioning your sexuality if you're having a vegan." Not that
I
you're
have no
lactose
idea.
intolerant, as so many people are.
I have no clue.
Listen,
Maybe
she shot her shot.
She did.
There's
And she was polite and she
Yeah.
was friendly and she was, you know, she did it right. If I were gay, I would have probably said yes. And so she was cute, you know, and gone on a date or something.
Now,
or
was there a
let her
lot
show
of
me around.
nonverbal communication? Was she like licking her ice cream very seductively, or
No. I mean, she
in
was
like a lascivious manner?
No, she was like, you know, making eyes and like smiling a lot. She's being flirty. That's all.
Mhm.
But yeah,
And just the two of you in there.
just us. When I got in there, I was the only one. Us two.
Yeah,
and
they're really
girl
killing
working.
it over there.
Yeah.
Does the place have a punny name?
No, it's just called Chloe's.
Chloe's
Mm-hmm.
vegan soft serve ice cream.
I was actually severely disappointed in the ice cream itself.
Well, I'm
Because,
just I want nothing to do with soft serve, quite frankly.
I do. I love
Oof.
soft serve ice cream. Like when I started to get really lactose intolerant, the fact that I couldn't go to Dairy Queen anymore was like so depressing. But I'm thinking of Mitchell's
Mhm.
in Cleveland has like their vegan chocolate is so good.
It is pretty
Like,
good.
Some of the best vegan ice cream I've ever had is Mitchell's vegan chocolate. It's incredible. So I see that they have like a dark chocolate soft serve, and I'm thinking Mitchell's in my head. I'm like, they have that dark chocolate vegan that's so good. But I don't even know how this works, that this specific place, the base of their vegan chocolate ice cream was banana.
Okay.
So I don't even know the science behind that, but it tasted like bananas. It didn't really, I mean, it
Probably
had
more
like,
of a binding agent than coconut.
whatever it was terrible. I was like, this is not even close to what I wanted. I
Right.
wanted like a rich, dark chocolate ice cream, and this is banana flavored chocolate ice cream.
So you and that girl both left disappointed.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I had to break her heart. To let her down easy.
Yep. All
Yeah,
right.
She was nice.
Yep.
She was kind.
She wanted to be combing her hair with your ankles.
Well, I wonder
And you
about
wanted
that.
some, you just wanted some non-banana vegan ice cream.
It's been so long. I mean, I've been with Brian it'll be 4 years next month. So I'm like, the last time I don't even know the last time like that I hit on someone in public. And if that's just her move, is that she's like always got her eyes peeled looking for someone at the store or at the vegan ice cream place or at the park or, you know?
Yeah,
don't
because
know.
what's the downside? They
There
go,
isn't
no,
one.
thank you. And you go, okay, cool. I
Or
got my
like-
ice cream.
You're not into dating apps or whatever it might be, that it's just, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I've never really hit on someone outside of a bar. You know? Like
Well,
just
maybe if, listen, God forfend anything bad happens with you and Brian, maybe you expand your palate
I don't think so, guys.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, but you're not going to be spending a lot of time in bars, other than if you're not performing in bars.
No, but you're suggesting I become a lesbian.
No. I didn't mean that.
Oh.
I meant you said I don't ever hit on people other than X, Y, and Z.
Well, yeah. I met Brian's the first relationship I've been in, sober. And so I never really had to. I never really had to hit on anybody outside of a bar.
Did you get her name?
No.
Did you pay attention to her order?
She ordered what I ordered.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she said, I'll have what she said.
I'll have exactly
Do you
that.
think she's like, ugh, this order stinks?
Maybe.
I'm glad
But
that
she knew
girl's
it
straight.
was my first time there.
Mhm.
I said I've never been here. I haven't found vegan ice cream, blah, 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 Yeah.
What a
So-
New York thing to quote When Harry Met Sally.
Mm-hmm. So not yesterday
what
wasn't
she's
the
having.
day.
Not
that
the
I
day
turned.
for you.
Not the day that I turn.
Yeah.
Maybe another encounter. We'll see.
What would your type be if a girl's going to turn you?
Mask. For sure. My sister and I called them Justin Bieber lesbians. Those are the ones that I'm like, okay.
Like a Hannah. Wait, no, not Hannah. Who's the Willman? Emma.
Emma Willman. Yeah, she's a comedian.
Yeah.
But yes, like a short, spiky
She's
hair.
been in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Short, spiky hair. They wear they dress like exactly Justin Bieber. Like that's the only way that I can describe it.
You want a Mae Martin type.
She got abs for days.
Emma Willman. Yeah. I don't have to be strong, but that's usually if I'm gonna look twice at a girl, like a gay girl, it's usually that is the type.
Uh-huh.
But
You're like, I want to feel like I'm looking in the mirror, just with really short hair.
I don't look like a boy. I don't look like Justin Bieber.
I got to take a break.
Oh
hey,
my God.
if you want... I didn't say you did. The very short hair would make any girl look like Justin Bieber. Yeah. I got money at 4:30. Next keyword for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie, so listen for that. If you want to go see comedian Nick Swardson, he's going back out on the road this year, and he's going to come to play the Goodyear Theater down in Akron. So a couple of tickets for you on the other side of the break here. Anything else you want to text me for, 35192, and we'll be back.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Easy sunshine for your Tuesday with the chance of
878-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Treat her right, treat your mother right. Treat her right, treat her right.
Mother, there is no other like mother. So treat her right. M is for the moan and the miserable groan from the pain that she felt when I was born. O is for the oven with its burning heat, where she stood making sure I had something to eat. T is for the time that she stayed up nights and took my temperature when I wasn't feeling right. H is for the hard-earned money she spent to keep clothes on my back and try to pay the rent. E is every wrinkle I put on her face and every worry that I caused when I stayed out late.
Wait, E is for every wrinkle. E stands for every?
Mm-hmm.
I would think W stands for every wrinkle.
No, W would be just one wrinkle.
E is for every wrinkle on her face. Mr. T, of course, his famous classic anthem to moms everywhere called Treat Her Right. He really, Mr. T is 72 years old today. The pride of Chicago, Illinois. This guy grew up in one of the worst projects in the city of Chicago. It was called the Robert Taylor Homes. And they were demolished probably 20 years ago now. But he grew up in a 3-room apartment in the Robert Taylor Homes with 4 sisters and 7 brothers.
Whoa,
he was one of 12 kids in a 3-room apartment in the projects. I went to college with his daughter, and she looked exactly like him. She was sharp. Erica, I think was her name. And she's pretty militant. She's always getting in arguments in class. But, and then when I was in high school, of course, the big local travesty was Mr. T chopping down more than 100 trees on he had moved to this very affluent suburb called Lake Forest. And it was obviously named that way because it was on the lake and it had a lot of trees. And they called it the Mr. T Chainsaw Massacre because he cut down over 100 trees. So he had this massive front yard that used to be a forest, and it was just a sea of stumps. And nobody could figure out what was happening because you'd think, wow, if you think that the forest and the cover it provides, we're talking mid-'80s when Mr. T was at the height of his powers in pop culture, that this guy had just gotten rid of tons of trees. And the neighbors were all mad, and the other people in the town were all mad. He's out there with a chainsaw. He had hired other guys to help. And this guy's like clear-cutting his estate. He had 7 acres. And somebody floated something like, oh, he has a lot of allergies. It's like, well, then why would you move to that place in the first time? So there was a lot of public outrage at Mr. T at the time. I imagine, think about the affluent neighborhoods in the greater Cleveland area. I mean, like your heavy duty. What are they? Your Gates Mills, Bratnall. But Bratnall's like hood adjacent. I mean, like your Gates Mills, your really high end. Those communities probably weren't too keen on Mr. T moving there in the first place. But frankly, if you have the money, who cares? And I think it was years later that somebody else bought it. And I think that because, money can't buy taste either. And I remember they had here's what's in Mr. T's house. And it was like red shag carpeting everywhere and red toilets. And so, but it was a massive house and he had just chopped down all these trees. And caused no small amount of local animosity toward Mr. T. But he's, he's still out there doing stuff. Is he in the WWE Hall of Fame? He should be.
I'm not sure.
He wasn't in that, was he?
Yeah, he was in WWE for a while.
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't think that he was.
Yeah.
When?
He was Hulk Hogan's tag team partner.
Mr. T?
I think that was just a promotion for the Rocky movie.
Throwing Rowdy Roddy Piper around, and yeah. I remember, because I didn't watch a lot of wrestling, but I remember friends of mine. That was like a big deal.
He was Hulk Hogan's tag team partner at WrestleMania 1985.
Yeah. WrestleMania. What's the thing that's coming here? This slap time? What is it?
It's Summer Slap Time. No, he got it. He got it right.
Is that what it's called?
No, it's called SummerSlam.
SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big deal, right?
Yes.
Like The Miz, who's from here, and all those guys. Who else is from here that's in that?
I think there's the Nemeth brothers, but I don't think they're in.
Nick Nemeth?
I don't think they're with the WWE right now.
That's Dolph Ziggler, yeah?
Yeah.
He did the show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mary, have you heard any of the new Billie Eilish album?
No.
There's
Have
a
you?
song on there that you might enjoy.
Is it going to make her gay?
It's called Lunch.
I've heard this song.
Yeah,
I have heard
Billie
this song,
Eilish is
yeah.
now full on spreading her wings with her sexuality.
I could eat that girl for lunch. Yeah, she dances on my tongue. Tastes like she might be the one. And I could never get enough. I could buy her so much stuff. It's a craving, not a crush.
This is what this girl was singing in her head, Mary, when she was watching you get vegan soft serve.
Something rare, and I left it under Claire. So now she's coming up the stairs.
Album is called Hit Me Hard and Soft. Yeah.
Baby, I think you were made for me. Somebody write down the recipe. Been trying hard.
You know, we got hot celebrity goss from Perez Bilton in a minute, and I'm wondering, boy, you cast your mind to the future. Our own Mary Santora could become a famous lesbian and then make her way into hot celebrity gossip.
With Billie Eilish.
Well, I mean, there's a bit of an age discrepancy there, but sure, why not?
So what?
Yeah,
It's
right?
Hollywood.
It is Hollywood.
She's
You can do
legal?
whatever you want. Yeah. She's a grown person. Do whatever you want.
Big old boobies.
Yeah.
She does got some jubblies.
Jubblies. She does have jubblies. Hey, Jackie.
Hey, what's going on? Long time no talky talk.
Do you guys remember Honey Jackie?
Oh, wow.
Bill, remember Honey Jackie?
Sue.
Yeah.
No, that's a blast from the past. Honey Jackie. I figured you were dead.
Honey, Jackie, no.
What are
I'm
you up
not
to?
dead.
So years ago, we're talking like a decade ago, when Drunk Mike Jr. was alive, we did a thing called
Yeah,
Lush
that's
Connection.
unfortunate.
I know, and
event.
we set up Honey Jackie and Drunk Mike Jr. and they ended up in some like 3-day long sex bender where they were like, and they were ensconced.
Oh my God! So I'm in Lorraine right now.
Yeah.
I have an
Sound like it.
apartment in Lorraine.
All right, quit bragging.
Yeah.
I know.
Are
Take
you
me
are,
where
and
it's
how are you
right,
and
right?
how are you doing?
Oh, just capital, not lowercase.
Capital. I love it.
Hey, I'm wearing an emerald ring that is 6.5 carats. I'm pretty
Okay.
happy today.
Right. You mean the vegetables, I assume.
No.
Oh, okay. So
It's an emerald.
so Jackie, to what do I owe this pleasure? Because it's been a long time since
I
we
heard
talked.
you. That Mr. T song is fucking hilarious. Oh, I mean,
Please, Jackie, be careful, okay?
I know. I forgot. I
Okay,
forgot.
thank you.
So, I have these earrings. Birdie made them. And I call them my Mr. T earrings.
Yeah.
They have like feathers hanging from them. But that song is hilarious.
So it was the Mr. T song that reminded you to give us a ring.
Yes.
Yeah. So what else have you been up to? What's going on in Honey Jackie's
Well,
life?
I I was at Mongo Fest, which ball and chain.
Mongo Fest? Is that where everybody punches a horse?
No,
Anyone?
it's not. I actually had a vending booth there called Dream Catchers.
Oh, okay. Are you? What do you do? Do you like traffic in crystals and things like that, or I don't even know what Mongo Fest is?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
gotcha.
I am a third-degree Wiccan High Priestess.
A third degree. Now, what do you have to do to become a first degree Wiccan High
Ninth
Priestess?
degree. Who cares?
Well, take a lot of school.
A lot of schools. Okay.
Yeah,
Are you dancing? Are you? I know for a while you were with like the Murder Babes or something.
I do professional belly dance still.
Yep. Okay.
Do you guys know that I'm so excited to go to the Alice Cooper show with Rob Zombie?
Wait, you're going with Rob Zombie, or you're going to see Alice Cooper and Rob Zombie?
To the show.
Right. Okay. Listen. I never know what you're up to, honey Jackie. So there's every assumption I could make that you'd be going with Rob Zombie, but I'm pretty sure you're right. He's performing.
Well, he's a Capricorn too.
Okay. And so, what does that mean?
Same birthday. I had looked it up in an astrology book. I have the same birthday as Ava Gardner.
Okay. Frank Sinatra's ex-paramour. So what does that mean that you and Robert Zombie Esquire both are Capricorns?
Capricorns, well, that's cardinal Earth sign.
Yeah.
Also, hey, do you still run a car in the demolition derby?
We haven't for a while, no.
No? Dang.
Nope.
Well, my Jeep, I was going to take my Jeep.
Yeah.
And, well, I have a 1978 CJ. I'm not going to take that one.
Yeah. All right.
Well, like, I'm going to... This one dude, remember the Gordon fisherman?
Yep.
God.
Did you ever think Drunk Sue would make more sense than another caller, by the way?
I mean, yeah.
So what do you have coming up for the holiday weekend, honey Jackie?
Well, when is Bike Week in Sandusky? Next weekend. Pretty sure Jackal's playing there. I'm probably gonna go to that.
Uh-huh.
And on a Harley, of course.
So you're doing your thing still, man. I'm so happy to hear this. You're out there living your life and doing your thing, and you're your third degree Wiccan princess.
Ivy.
Yep.
Yep, about to set up a jacuzzi today.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, good.
In delirium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, listen, Jackie, I've got to move on, but I'm so happy to hear from you, and take care of yourself,
I'm
okay?
happy to hear from you.
All right. Well, be good, okay?
All right.
Have fun. Okay, there's honey Jackie, who, oh, boy, that's going way back. Capricorn, and, I got to give you this money here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
What's up, Goss Guzzlers? Drink hot goss, not what honey Jackie's drinking. That's what you're gonna want to do. All right, let's get things started. P. Diddy has been all in the news because of the video where he is at the hotel and he beats up his ex-girlfriend, and he released an apology video. And some people are saying it's not enough because, according to inside sources,
hold on.
Inside sources.
Very professional show here.
Yeah.
Until he apologizes for that song from the Godzilla soundtrack, nothing else matters. He showed us who he was then. He showed us he was a terrible person then, and then we just let him slide.
Mm-hmm.
So really, we did this to him.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
All right.
We haven't learned as a culture, is what he
All
said.
right,
Yeah.
spin there. All right. Mary, you're not watching. I just spin.
I am watching.
You have to
Good
see me
spin.
just spin. Austin Maddox, a former major league pitcher, I think he was with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Was caught in a sting for soliciting underage women down in Florida. Not great. According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
He's out of the majors, but he's into the minors.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz, faux shiz.
A spin. Is that what he's doing?
Yeah.
Oh, I
The
see.
spin
Okay.
is the
A spin, yeah.
punchline, I think.
I see.
No, the spin is just like a little.
It's a little flourish.
It's a little pizzazz.
Yeah, a little flourish.
You know, a little pizzazz.
Yeah, we're on camera, Mary, please.
All right, and finally, Britney Spears doing drugs, not taking her medicine, drinking a ton, and they want to put her back in a conservatorship. I don't know if this is going to work. I think people want her to be free. And I think what we should do is just let Britney be Britney. And according to inside sources.
Inside sources.
Just put her on Epstein's island and let her do whatever she wants and then make it a reality show. We'd all watch. You'd watch that.
What, is she by herself, though?
She brings in whoever. She brings in guests. She does interviews. Give her what. Just let her be the entertainer she's always wanted to be, where she doesn't have to play by any rules. She can do all the drugs she wants, and she can just be Britney. The conservatorship was holding her back. Society is also holding her back. She's got to live a life without rules. Like she's at Outback Steakhouse.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yep.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Wilton. Ooh.
You'd think a casino and gaming enthusiast like our own Mary Santora would really appreciate a spin like that.
How's
That's
that
a free spin, Mary.
That's not the
Free
same
spin
thing.
for you. And
Not
you
the same
here's the
thing.
best part. When he does it, you win every time.
No, I do not. What am I winning?
Spin.
You're winning the joy of being alive at the same time as William Scott Squire.
Yay! Love it. Spin again, keep spinning.
Yeah, faux shiz, faux shiz.
I can't even see what he's doing. I just see arms flailing over my monitor.
You got to yell spin for the people just listening.
But you got to yell spin.
Yeah, for the people.
So they know. So that they know.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
If I just do it without it, it's pretty.
It's lame. Why would that matter?
It's just quiet.
Why would that matter?
But if I yell spin, then I gotta make sure my
Hey, Dick.
cord doesn't get all.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I just wanted to tell Bill and you and Mary that we played a Dulcimer concert today, and
Is that with two L's?
Debbie from the Star City Dulcimers. Well, she says we got Dick here, Dick Dayton, and he started on mandolin. I brought my Ricky Scad's mandolin, and it blended nice. But I've been, as I told you, I got another uke, so I'm now somebody wants to give me a mandolin banjo, so it's hard to decide to play in these groups. But they like it, you know. I found another place to jam, so it's 5 days a week. I've been playing a lot. It's kind of nice.
We should
know?
put Britney Spears, Honey Jackie, and Dick from Dayton on Epstein Island and see what happens.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Now we're
I'm
cooking with
invested.
gas.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
spin. Now spin, Bill.
Oh,
Now
spin.
spin. Now spin. Yeah.
But I'll come. How about that? How about that? Oh, you got Bill, Mary, and Alan. You didn't forget me, did you? I'm still waiting for my sweatshirt.
Oh, well, I mean, I would. Did you give your information to Connor last time you called?
No. You guys remember do I have to give it to him
Well,
again?
yes. I put you on hold last time because I thought you were going to give him your address.
Oh, okay.
You're looking
But,
for a WMMS T-shirt, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not going to send you a
Yeah.
sweatshirt in June, Dick.
No.
They're like $50.
But will it be in May? How about that?
I mean, by the time it gets
Mary, it's been a couple years since I've seen you. Are you ever going to come back here?
Probably, eventually. We'll see.
I enjoyed it, Mary. It was nice.
Yeah, we had a great time. Everybody loved it.
Yeah, I loved it too. But do I have to get? Okay, I just wanted to go Indians, but I wanted to ask, would Connor take my name and address?
Sure, I'll have Connor take Dick's ad. I have it somewhere, but I'm not prepared to look it up. Thank you, Dick.
T-shirt scammer he's become.
Boom, boom, down.
Hey, give me more T-shirts.
Bill, all 23 of his T-shirts were ruined by the toilet.
I remember.
But I'll come. How about that?
I hate that so much.
Yeah, his toilet swallowed all of his clothes, and then that's.
But I'll come. How about that?
Spin.
Spin! You don't have much room back there either to spin, do you?
Then they got the headphones cable.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother.
Mary's going to watch you choke yourself out. You got to be careful.
She wishes. I'm too spinning.
He's too nimble for that, Mary.
Hit a spin.
Nimble.
Try it. You'll feel good. You'll feel better.
I don't like spinning. It makes me feel sick.
That's why you just do one. You don't do a bunch.
Are you sure it's not the vegan soft serve?
It's probably the vegan soft serve.
Alan, hit a spin.
No, I'm okay. Hey, listen. I don't want to crowd somebody else's spotlight with my own spinning.
I'm inviting you. I don't own spinning.
But you've perfected it. How am I going to do beyond that?
I'm not asking you to do better. I'm just asking you to participate.
Oh, well, I've got to take a break. Your timing couldn't be worse.
I know Dick from Dayton.
Yeah.
He'd show up.
Yeah. His brain is always spinning, isn't it? I'm going to break here. Hey, you want to get yourself a trip for two to Hawaii, courtesy of Kona Brewing. I will have next shot for you to qualify when we get back. A 5-night trip for two, $1,000 cash thrown in, accommodations, all of it. WMMS.com at the contests to get up to speed on what's going on there, and I will qualify you on the way back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you fictional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
If you're watching the show today at AlanCoxShow.com, you can thank Bobley Dirkschink for assisting in the video department today. Thank you so much, Bobley. Your Cleveland Guardians are set up to play the Mets again tonight. Beat them last night, 3-1 at Progressive Field. 6:10 is the first pitch tonight. So we'll get out of here a couple of minutes early. Guardians Mets, 6:10 on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And then they'll finish that series tomorrow afternoon before they hit the West Coast. In fact, those West Coast games are preempting my metal show on Saturday night. There's no 2 hours to midnight this Saturday night because it's a 9:40 Guardians game. And it's a holiday weekend too, right? We got a 3-day weekend coming up.
You getting out of town? You do anything?
I'm sure we're doing something. I don't know what that's going to consist of, but yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of traveling this summer. We have a bunch of weddings. So, yeah, a lot of plates to spin. Boy, between Honey Jackie and Dick today, it has been
big segment.
It has been, I mean, my head is still spinning. My head is spinning like Perez Bilton is spinning. My head is spinning like Bill Squire spins.
Oh, spin. I like to keep that for Perez Bilton.
Yeah, no, I know. I got it. So anyway, Guardians baseball tonight. Thursday on the show, actor-comedian Paul Scheer will join me. He's got an autobiography that's out.
I like him.
Yeah, I like him
He's
too.
Very funny guy.
Very funny.
How Did This Get Made is one of my favorite podcasts. I love that so much.
It's been around for a long time.
So funny.
Yeah.
So funny. Well, I also love Jason Mantzoukas too. But.
Yeah, he's one of my wife's favorites. So Paul Scheer is going to be on. He's got a book called The Joyful Recollections of Trauma. He's got a hot wife too. So Paul Scheer Thursday. Our friend Ian Bagg is doing the weekend at Hilarities. He will be back in here on Friday afternoon. Our friend Mary Santora will be back here in the studio on Friday. How about that?
Live action, man.
How about that?
Yeah, buddy.
But I'll come. How about that?
Come on.
I hope he'll come to my show tonight at Brothers Lounge.
Who, Dick? He'll drive all the way from Dayton?
I don't want him there, actually. But I want everybody else to come.
Yeah.
Everybody that's listening right now that can make it tonight. We're doing a comedy, like short sets, like 10-minute sets. But it's being filmed for YouTube, and, you know, they'll do all the social media stuff. But the better part of it is...
Short as in length. The comedians are not all performing in shorts.
No.
Okay.
They're all under 5'5".
Yeah. I don't think any of them are, actually. But they're going to be doing... They're going to be on a compilation album that will hopefully get picked up by SiriusXM, and this is a good way for comics to head in that direction of making money doing comedy and doing it full time. So hopefully people come out. BillSquire.com for tickets.
We have a lot of people who listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app from out of state. And if you're one of those people, I like to know where you are. Make sure that I put you on our map. Zach listens in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. Melanie's in Smithville, Tennessee. Andrea's in Riverside, Illinois. And we have a handful of bureau chiefs in the great state of Alaska. We have Andrew in Cooper Landing. We've got people in Juneau. Cole drives for FedEx out there in Juneau, Alaska. Jeff is in Palmer, Alaska. Another one of these people killed by a moose.
Dude, those things are huge.
Because they were trying to get pictures of newborn moose calves. And I just don't know what people are thinking. This is an older guy. And a 70-year-old Alaska man, Dale Chorman of Homer.
Dale.
Of Homer, Alaska, was attempting to take photos of 2 newborn moose calves and was attacked and killed by the mother. He and another guy were in the process of trying to run away when the mother charged at them. Well, they were trying to run away from her charging. They were walking through the brush and trying to take pictures. I just don't know, with the Zoom capabilities on people's phones and cameras, I just don't know why anybody needs to get that close. Safe distance seems to be the order of the day.
Yeah, but this guy, if he's a native and he's been around moose his entire life, he probably thinks oh, I know how to play this. I've been around moose before.
And he might have been right. He might have been, it just takes the one moose to kill you. He and his friend were both attacked as they were running away. I hesitate to say attack, by the way. I mean, maybe because, if you have been around as many moose as this guy could have been, you also know that any animal in nature is going to try to protect its newborns. So I would never get anywhere near an animal that had just had babies that were in the immediate vicinity.
Dude, there was where the hell was I? Actually, at that Whole Foods in Rocky River. A couple of years ago, they had to block off a part of the parking lot because a Canadian goose laid her eggs there and was terrorizing people. So they blocked off a part of the parking lot so that nobody could get too close to the goose because it was chasing people away and trying to bite them and stuff.
Yeah, they're protecting the people from the goose, not the other way around.
But what I'm saying is because people were getting too close to her eggs.
Yeah.
That's the maternal instinct of the animal kingdom. You come too close to my babies, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was driving to work the other morning, and there was a huge line of brown ducks or whatever they are. They were crossing the road. And there's a guy right behind me, and I can tell looking in the rearview mirror, this is not an opportune time for this to be happening to this guy. And so I'm like, okay, well, these ducks are going to cross the street, but then they kind of stop, and then they're kind of milling around, and then they're not kind of, and this guy behind me starts honking. And I'm like, does that do anything? I didn't honk because I don't think that does
he's probably
anything.
Honking at you.
But why honk at me? I'm waiting for the ducks to go.
Because he's screw these ducks, run them over.
I don't know if anybody's thinking that. You could be right, but I assumed he was honking to try to get them to move. But I'm like, these things could not care less. They are not, they're not scared of cars or people. We're living in their world. Yes, of course. So if he was honking at me, it didn't do any good because I didn't move. I'm waiting for these things to cross. But I can't believe that these animals didn't realize they were holding that guy up. But this guy and his friend start running away, trying to get away from the moose. And the one guy got away, but Dale Chorman did not. He was pronounced dead at the scene. And then the moose and
how did she do it? She stompled him.
Stompled him.
Yeah,
that's what it
says. Oh, another tragic stompling in Alaska by a moose.
Got all stompled to death.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, a moose stompling in Homer was...
Okay, but say that doesn't sound like a real word.
Stomple.
Yeah.
Stomping and trampling. It's stompling.
Yeah. He stompled him.
Well,
Wasn't
they say
that a song, you got me tripping and stompling.
Yeah. His friend, they said, did not witness the attack. He was running so far in the other direction that he didn't see what happened. So authorities couldn't say if the moose killed Chorman by kicking or stomping him or a combination.
Stompling.
Which is pretty wild because, Fish and Game will come out, and they're like, we didn't even realize that moose knew combinations. Because a jab cross in the wild, that's very rare. Occasionally, you might see like a lead uppercut from an animal, maybe a rear hook. But generally, if I'm hearing them correctly, and I think I am, the combinations are very, very infrequent in the wild. There's no mention of stompling, though. I
think that's why they couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. It was about 20 years ago that a moose stomped another man to death on the campus of the University of Alaska, Anchorage. You know, you're just trying to get from class to class, and there's moose on the quad, and you have to keep, because you decided to go to school in Alaska. Students had been throwing snowballs and harassing the moose and its calf for hours. And then a 71-year-old man tried to walk past the students, and the animals attacked him.
Oh, man, this poor guy.
So he's just trying to get from point A to point B, and these dimwit students are whipping snowballs at the moose. There are 200,000 moose in the state of Alaska. The human population is a little over 3 times that. So it's just not a good idea to whip. I would think, you know, you might not be somebody to commune with nature on a regular basis, but maybe not whip snowballs at any animals. So
Especially ones that can stomple you.
The stompling is
like a squirrel or something. That's
fine, harmless.
Yeah. Completely.
An adult female moose can weigh up to 800 pounds.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Big mama.
A large adult male can weigh twice that. So listen, animals are unpredictable. I keep my distance from animals. You know, even if you see something that looks like it's probably harmless, keep your distance. You know, Mary's there in Astoria. It's not nature, but she's surrounded by raccoons.
But it is the jungle.
The concrete jungle.
No, there's not that many. I haven't seen that many raccoons.
Well,
That's
they're
one in the
back
park.
there in your garbage cans, probably.
No,
Crawl
those are
through
the
your
unhoused.
screenless window.
Yeah. Yup. You get a little trash pandas curling up with you in bed.
No, thank you.
You know, what the hell's going on in here? Oh,
Mhm.
all I did was I opened up my, I just opened up my window. I wanted to get some fresh air. But a raccoon came and started to spoon me. That wasn't good.
Raccoon spoon.
Yeah, raccoon spoon. I got some sperm news for you. Well, bad news for your nuts, boys. They have done a series of studies. You know, you can't go any kind of day now and not read an article on microplastics, that they're in everything. They're in the water. They're in the soil. They're in everything. And they're starting to find a higher concentration of microplastics in human and dog testicles. And they're saying that they think there's a direct correlation between this and the diminishing sperm count of human men. So we have a lot of plastic in our balls. Because it's everywhere, right? What do they say now? They're like, oh, on average, people eat the equivalent of a couple
7 spiders
credit
a year.
cards a year. No, now it's been upgraded to credit cards. The spider thing was debunked. But the credit cards, because microplastic is in everything.
But how's it like getting into our nuts?
Well, I mean,
is our body digesting it and turning it into sperm?
I don't know. They tested human testes as well as pet dog testes, and they found microplastic pollution in every sample. The humans had a plastic concentration 3 times higher than those found in dogs, but you can't get away from it now. Can't get away from microplastics everywhere. So I say,
get my balls replaced with plastic just to,
like a nudicle.
Yeah, like just speed it up.
I say, lean into it. I mean, you can't do anything about it. There's nothing anyone can do about the presence of microplastics. So pervasive. We've done this to ourselves, so lean into it. It's only a matter of time before they're going to cross the axes on the plastic food spectrum, where they're going to make edible plastics.
It's called Fruit by the Foot, and it already exists.
Yeah, isn't that what they make? Fruit roll-ups, basically, isn't that what they make like edible undies out of?
Yeah.
Fruit roll-ups. Fruit by the foot. Yeah.
Every sperm is sacred.
For every sperm that can't be found. Oof.
A lot.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard bit of hard detective work. The Bumble company, the dating app Bumble, is apologizing to users who got angry because they did a billboard ad campaign that was anti-celibacy. And all the people who are into celibacy got mad, except those also aren't the people on Bumble.
I thought it was,
I would imagine,
a joke that they made a joke like, if you can't find a
They
match
did.
on here, then try celibacy.
No, the billboard was, full well a vow of celibacy is not the answer.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, I must have
Because they
misread
changed
that.
Bumble now to where the guys can hit you up. Like the hook with Bumble was the women hit you up, and then they realized very quickly, well, this ain't gonna work.
That's how I met my girl.
On Bumble.
Bumble.
She hit you up.
Yep.
Well, they switched it now to where the guys can reach out. But I think it's funny the people who are probably not on Bumble are all complaining and whining
That's how it always is.
about a celibacy thing.
The loudest people are usually the ones who are least affected by these.
No, but what I'm saying is there are so many niche dating apps, there has to be one for celibates.
Yeah, it's like like Plenty of Fish. Which one's the Christian one?
Christian Mingle.
The Christian Mingle.
But those people aren't celibate. They're just not having sex till marriage. That's different. Celibacy is no sex at all, no matter what.
Yeah, quote unquote, no sex before marriage. Most of the freaks are on Christian Mingle.
I think that, like you are celibate until you're married.
No.
That's yes.
Yeah, I
No.
think that's yes.
Yes.
I thought celibacy was like a way of life. Like, I am someone who vows celibacy, which means I never plan on having
You can
sex
take
at
a
all.
vow of celibacy.
I mean, if you're clergy,
if you're
but-
clergy,
No,
but
I don't think it's. I didn't think it had to do with religious views. That some people are just like, I'm not into sex.
no, there are people.
I'm celibate.
There are people like
that.
that.
Like Rivers Cuomo famously lived a life of celibacy for 2 years, and then he found his wife, and they're married, and they have sex. You don't stay celibate most of the time. It's more of just like, I'm getting away from casual sex to actually make a connection with somebody, rather than just keep hooking up and letting sex run the relationship.
And most of the Christian coupling type things are, we're not doing that until we're married.
Right.
No, I knew that, but I thought celibacy was its own thing. Like, I knew it was tied to Christianity, but I thought
It
there
is
were
its own
people-
thing.
I thought that there was a whole group of people who were not religious at all that are just like, yeah, no, I just don't, not into
There
sex.
are, but it's also like fundamental, if you pardon the pun, to all that Jesus-y stuff too.
Yeah.
That's why those girls are the freaks. That's why all the public school kids were coming over trying to date Catholic school girls. They heard that Chili Pepper song. They knew what was up. But there has to be celibacy.
Flea calls them the Red Hots.
Oh. There has to be celibacy apps. There's an app called Taste Buds. Connects you to your tastes in music.
Oh.
Lucid is the sober-friendly dating app.
Hey, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Bunch of boring-ass people on that.
You just go to a meeting.
I
your life there.
got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. Last chance today to grab some money is coming up at 5:30. Next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device.
going to go see Whiskey Myers with special guest Whitey Morgan and the 78s. Kind of a Southern rock thing. It's going down at the Youngstown Foundation Amphitheater. It's going to be Tuesday, July 9th. Not far off. LiveNation.com has all the details. Tickets, info, everything else. If you want to truck it to Youngstown to check out Whiskey Myers, be caller 10. And you will. A couple of tickets for you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You know that part of your brain that regulates good decision making?
Thanks for turning that one off and turning on the Alan Cox Show.
Sorry about all the cocks.
On 100.7
Sorry about all the cocks.
WMMS.
I just ran away from home. Now I'm going to Disneyland. I just crashed my car again. Now I'm going to Disneyland. I just robbed a grocery store. I'm going to Disneyland.
Is this song ringing any bells?
Oh, yeah.
Disneyland by Dada.
I just flipped out President George. I'm going to Disneyland.
1992. These guys are they started a tour again. They're playing the, what's that side room over at the Masonic? The Asylum? Is that what it's called? The Asylum Room or something? Over at Temple Live. Dada's going back on the road. They're coming mid-June. This is the biggest hit they had. It was called Disneyland. But this was, we were talking about post-grunge. This was pre-grunge. This came out like right around the time that Nevermind came out. Anyway, a person in the Goofy costume at Disney World in Orlando called out a woman, an old woman, who squeezed their butt in the Goofy costume. Got the cops involved. I imagine if your job is walking around in those costumes, you probably have a crazy short fuse because people are pawing at you all day long.
So hot.
And it's hot and you're angry, but like you're also, that's your job. Sorry. I mean,
but it's not your job to get grabbed.
But an old lady.
Send her to jail.
Forever. Which is like 6 months for her.
Yeah. A 32-year-old male cast member. They're not employees at Disney. They're cast members.
That way they don't have to pay benefits.
Or whatever. I love when you're going to the movies and there's the advertisement for hiring people to movies. And it says, want to start your career in show business? Working at the movies?
In film.
Yeah. 32-year-old male cast member who was in the Goofy costume was taking pictures with a family. And 3 of the family members were on his one side, and Grandma stood on his left side and put her arm around. And then the police report said the grandmother placed her right hand on his butt, squeezed 3 times, and said, woohoo! The person in the Goofy costume stopped the meet and greet to alert a park attendant that he had been groped. The grandma got a little bit indignant, and the family walked off. The woman was in her 60s and wearing leggings and a black Minnie Mouse shirt that says, Nana Mouse. You know, people at Disney World are really into Disney. Mm-hmm. And so the person in the Goofy costume, after getting groped by Granny, filed a report. And the conversation got pretty heated. The grandma said, I didn't do anything. Goofy wants us to leave now. The person in the Goofy costume wanted to prosecute her for battery. Now, listen, I don't think anybody should be touching anybody that doesn't want to be touched. But you are in a dumb cartoon character costume, and you're going to be taking pictures with people all day long.
But again, that still doesn't mean you can touch their butt.
Yeah, well, I guess.
Just because someone's dressed up like Goofy, like if someone's dressed like Cinderella, can you touch their butt?
Well, that's like a 25-year-old girl in a Cinderella costume.
But
if it's an old, I take your point, but if it's an old lady and she's like, ooh, she's first of all not really grabbing, she's not grabbing your ass, she's grabbing Goofy's ass. He feels it because he's in the
bestiality, and that's a whole nother level.
It's even worse, actually.
Not good.
Yeah.
So this lady needs to go to prison forever.
Alan, you guys are talking about celibacy. Celibacy is lifelong non-sex. Well, that's not true. No. It's not lifelong. Celibacy, it's usually for religious reasons, but celibacy is just somebody that's not having sex. Mary is thinking about perhaps asexual people. Those are people who have no interest. Yeah, have no interest in sex. And by the way, people who have no interest in sex, there's a group of people called sapiosexuals, by the way. These are the people who have to form a deep connection with intelligence before they can even think about getting turned on.
Oh, that's me.
So Bill's a guy. You've got to be Mensa level, ladies.
No.
To even get.
What's the opposite of sapiosexual? I think
A
that's
man.
You got to be dumb as a rock.
I just want you to be on my level.
Oh. What's your level?
Dumb as a rock.
You're not dumb as a rock, though.
I'm rocking this dumbness. Though.
Yeah! So, no, celibacy is not lifelong. It's just you're not currently having sex. Alan, I knew a guy in college who was known for his extracurriculars. And for a full semester, he was celibate because he didn't want to be that guy any longer. But one of my roommates had a lady boner for him and tried everything she could to break his celibacy, and he didn't give in. Think about that. Yeah, no, listen, some people, they have a little mental come to Jesus, for lack of a better term. And but Jesus knew how to party.
He only really threw a few.
And a vow of celibacy, that's when you're talking about clergy.
Yeah.
But celibacy itself is not a lifelong thing. You're just like, I'm not having sex right now. I'm going to get my mind right. A lot of people go to that. They go, it's causing me problems.
Take a break.
Yeah, of course.
Break, yeah.
Goofy should have, somebody suggested that Goofy should have stompled that old lady.
Oh, yeah. That'd have been the way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Grew up to my granny at the grog shop this weekend. Ooh, congratulations. Hooters waitstaff is in costume. Can old men grab them? Again, I get what you're doing, but I think it's a false equivalency. I think there's a double standard there. If you grab a 25-year-old girl's ass at Hooters, you're grabbing her ass. An old lady, I'm just saying, I think you, there's two things at play here. Should the grandma be grabbing Goofy? No. Should a 32-year-old man in a Goofy costume file a report because the old lady did it?
Like, you want to be touched.
I get it, but you pick your battles, homie.
He picked this battle. This is the battle he wants.
Against the old lady.
Yes.
Who went, woohoo. I mean, these people,
Maybe she got whole. Like,
you have people who.
Hepatitis A.
Mm-hmm. This older generation needs to learn how to act. They don't respect anybody. They just do whatever they want, and they just act like because they were able to buy houses.
But that's the beauty of getting old. That's what everyone wants when they get older, is to be able to do whatever they want. That's what we are all going to want when we're old. Mm-hmm. I'm old. I can do whatever I want. I outlived all of you sons of bitches.
It doesn't involve molesting cartoon characters.
Cartoon characters.
Can't do that. It's wrong on three levels. One, she molested a person. Yeah. Two, she molested a dog.
Yeah.
And three, a cartoon character. So, like, really depraved stuff. Really, really gross.
And like a 9-foot cartoon dog.
Yeah.
Alan, I wore a mascot costume one time. I have never had my D grabbed as much as when I was wearing that thing. People don't think to just ask, but they want to know your gender.
Yeah,
what the hell?
Well, that's got nothing to do with grabbing your crotch. Let me give you some money here. It's a last chance today to get some money, $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie, and then we'll start it up all over again tomorrow. But it's the last week for it, so listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun, that's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hello, who's this?
This is Mark.
Mark, how are you? I keep losing my screen here. What's up, Mark?
I'm good, Alan. I did I was a costume character once. You're talking about the guy who was a costume.
for you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was hoping for that. Yeah, you're talking about the guy who got molested. I did it at Cedar Point many years ago when they had them there, not as a Snoopy character, but I was a Papa Bear. They always have a helper person, for lack of a better term, like at Bear Country, it was a Bear Scout, with them because of stuff like that. Not only do they get molested, but we got the crap beat out of us. I mean, kids would give us flying tackles. I've seen kids just literally walk up and punch one of the bears in the nose, and everything and anything. That's another reason they're also only out for a half an hour at a time.
I mean, are those gigs, do you make a lot of money? I mean, what's the upside to doing this job?
Okay, well, it's because I did it at Cedar Point, and I also did other live show gigs at Cedar Point, and I have friends who did it at Disney. Compared to the other gigs within the live shows department, not the other, selling soda gigs, but within the live shows department, it is on the lower end. It's not as much as the performers in the shows or as the technicians, but it is higher pay than most of the other crap jobs in the park.
Wow. How long did you do that?
But it's Cedar Point, I did it for, there were 2 summers that I did it around doing summer theater. So I actually did IMAX at the beginning of the summer and then Bear Country at the end of the summer. So it was a couple months total, about 3 months total. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's rough, man.
Having lived in Bear Country, would you choose a man or a bear?
I'm sorry, what? Say it again?
You've done Bear Country. Would you choose a man or a bear?
I chose a man.
I know you did, theater boy.
I saw Tiger. Okay, thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Theater boy, thank you. Yeah, you did, theater boy. No, listen, it's poor form for anybody to be grabbing somebody else. That's true. I'm just thinking of it from the perspective of I'm a 30-year-old guy in a goofy costume. In that particular situation and an old lady, but like I said, these people, I get it, they're contending with it all day long, and she was probably on, because you're not filing a battery complaint against every kid that kicks you in the ass or is jumping at you. I mean,
but a kid's different than an old lady. An old lady should
Well, now
know
who's
better.
got double standards?
Children.
We're supposed to be teaching our children the same thing.
Yeah.
So they got to hold them to the same standard. Hey, don't do that.
Put that old lady on Britney Spears Island where she can just do whatever she wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really like the island idea.
You really are
Gone back to it
locked into the, you're obsessed with the Epstein Island concept.
Just put Britney on there.
You're thinking of it as like a social penal colony or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we can, but like it can become like entertainment for us to watch these wild people just exist.
Oh, it would be like live streamed or whatever. I see. We'd have access to it.
Yeah, like Big Brother.
Yeah. Boy, you did that. You did that Aaron Maddox story in Perez Bilton.
Yeah.
That is gross.
Yeah, he's real gross.
I mean, that dude was never like a thing, right?
He wasn't like a
He
big
played
star,
like
I
a
think.
dozen games with Boston, but then he got hurt. Even though he got a ring, they won the World Series the next year, and I think they gave him a ring because he was still technically on the team. But they had this big sting operation in Florida called Valiant Nights. This was in Jacksonville, Florida. We hear from Rich a lot down there. And the sheriff, Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters, was given the rundown on the whole thing.
Serious felonies, including coercing sexual activity for human trafficking, which is a first-degree felony, and several others. Among the 27 individuals who were arrested in this predator sting was Kevin Pierce. Pierce was employed as a maintenance worker by the Duval County Public Schools at the time of his arrest.
Right, so the janitor at one of the public schools is creeping on kids, and they scoop him up. I like how they immediately shame all these people. At least give you the high points of the people. They scooped up 27 people in this.
He traveled to a prearranged location with the intent of engaging in sexual conduct with a 13-year-old child. Chad Sadlowski, a respiratory therapist, traveled with the intent of engaging in sexual activity with an 8-year-old child.
Kill all
Let
of
that
these
sink
people.
in. An 8-year-old.
Send them to Epstein Island.
Yeah.
And then, you know.
Well, no, they just
No,
go
no, no.
away.
Nuke it from space. It's the only way to be sure.
They didn't give this guy the Chris Hansen treatment where you're like, sit down. What were your intentions here? No, when he opens the door, they just storm him and like tackle him and beat the crap out of him.
Oh, yeah. There's no
like.
lemonade and chocolate chip cookies for these guys.
I can't control my horny level.
No, I'm very happy about it. I've watched it like 8 times.
Austin Maddox, a former Red Sox MLB player, traveled with the intent of engaging in sexual activity with a 14-year-old child. Malcolm McGee, employed by the Army National Guard as a sergeant, traveled with the intent of engaging in sexual activity with a 14-year-old child.
A sergeant in the National Guard. Well, every other weekend.
People are sick.
JSO and our partners put the highest priority on the safety and security of our children. As the internet provides new and frightening opportunities for predators to victimize our children, our investigators, along with those of our partner agencies, will continue to proactively identify and apprehend child predators before they have the opportunity to act upon their perversions.
27 people got scooped up, and he named 4 of them. And if you're one of the 23 other people, you're like, oh, thank God. Maybe I can hide this.
No.
Range in age from 19 to 69 years old, and come from all kinds of different backgrounds. That's what can be, I would imagine, is so frustrating for law enforcement when it comes to child assault, sex crimes, there's no rhyme or reason. It's men. It's all men.
Yeah.
But
It's
there's
usually
no
white
rhyme
men.
or, there's no rhyme or reason. Well, no, I don't know if it's usually white men. It's
I feel
men.
like all the guys on To Catch a Predator were like in their mid-40s.
There's a
men.
lot
That's
of
network
different
TV. That's a casting thing.
But anytime they post all of the photos of the guys that they scoop up in these dragnets, there's white guys, there's Asian guys, there's Latino guys. I mean, but it's guys. But as far as like backgrounds, there's no rhyme or reason for these people. Austin Maddox, though, is the headline because he played for the Boston Red Sox. 36-year-old.
They should probably give back that World Series they won. That's what I'm thinking.
Matthew Moses thought he was talking to a stepmother who was going to arrange for him to have sex with her stepdaughter.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a guy who watches too much porn.
Remember that? There was that radio guy that got busted, and that's what he thought.
Dave Herman.
Yeah.
Dave Herman was a guy who had a legendary career in New York radio. This guy. He was on the air in mostly New York, but Philly and, This Dave Herman was on the air for 50 goddamn years. He died in Newark prison, or jail rather, like county jail, while he was waiting for his trial to start. He had an aneurysm. That couldn't happen to a nicer guy. No, they scooped him up in the Virgin Islands. He had a vacation home down there. And he thought he was talking to a woman who was going to let him have sex with her daughter. And it was a Homeland Security agent. And they scooped him up. And his attorneys were like, he wanted to get with the mother, not the daughter. This is just one big misunderstanding. But Dave Herman was a guy who had a great voice, an amazing career, and all he's going to be known for is this.
When I think about these types of things, and I'm just like, just think of how many times they didn't get caught. This is no one ever gets caught doing it for the first time.
Yeah.
What bad luck. You know what I mean? This is not no one's first time doing this. That's what's so disgusting.
Yep. Okay, I've got to take a break here. Guardians baseball set up for 6:10 tonight. We'll get out of here a little bit early, but that is straight ahead of you. 2nd of 3 against the Mets at Progressive Field. We'll take a break here and be right back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. 348-1007.
Guardians baseball tonight, minutes away. 6:10 is your first pitch. Up against the Mets again tonight. Francisco Lindor and the New York Mets. Guardians over the Mets last night, 3-1. Play them tonight, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll finish that series at 1:10 before they head to the West Coast. Play the Angels and the Rockies before they come back home to host D.C. and Kansas City. D.C. and KC. Comedian Paul Scheer on the show on Thursday. Comedian Ian Bagg back in the room on Friday. He's doing the Weekend of Hilarities. Mary Santora, very popular female comedian. She'll be in studio with us on Friday.
What a get.
Voted Cleveland's favorite female comedian.
Wasn't even nominated this year.
By the readers. Who wasn't nominated?
Me.
By whom?
By anybody.
Oh, really? Well, you're gone, though, now.
Yeah, I was like, I don't live there anymore. But
right.
Yeah. Not even a nomination.
And you never even won a Bill Squire award.
Which is trash, honestly.
I'm only giving away one.
I thought you won the inaugural Bill Squire award.
I would have.
She presented it.
Who won
Would
it?
have if he wasn't
I
so
was awarded
selfish.
Wait.
I was
She
giving it.
presented an award to you named after you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who has won the second Bill Squire award?
John Bruton.
Ah. Did you present that to him?
I did.
Actor Viggo Mortensen on the show next week. He's got a new independent film he wants to talk about, a Western. And I'm going to try to squeeze in as many references to his other movies as I possibly can.
Oh, he'll love that.
Well, I know, when these guys come on, they want to talk about their current project, and I'm only too happy to do it because I like him a lot. And a lot of people associate him with the Lord of the Rings movies, but I don't really care about those. I know that's where he really blew up, and those are fine films, but I'm not some Tolkien nerd who wants to chew his ear off about that. I want to talk about like Eastern Promises and history of violence, that kind of stuff. With the foxy Maria Bello, who I think she changed teams. I think she married a woman. You might run into her in Chloe's.
The
vegan soft serve ice cream.
Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe. Speaking of food, by the way, it's a fond farewell when people wonder, why do other countries have such animosity toward the United States?
Because we're fat.
This might have something to do with it.
Everybody's getting fat.
You know who Kobayashi is?
Yeah.
Not
Hot
the
dog
guy
guy.
from The Usual Suspects.
The hot dog guy.
Hot dog guy. Yep. He announced that he is retiring.
How many microplastics are in his balls?
People in this country now retire
Cow
from
and
competitive
hot
eating. I'm hanging up my napkin. He won 6 hot dog eating contests. For a long time, it was Joey Chestnut. That was the guy who was winning the Nathan's 4th of July contest.
Kobayashi came first.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, Joey Chestnut was the
Usurped
heir
it.
to the
Challenger.
throne?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
They had
Kobayashi was the guy.
They had a pretty good rivalry going for a minute where it's kind of going back and forth a few years, but Joey Chestnut, I think, holds all the records.
As a Netflix documentary called Hack Your Health, The Secrets of Your Gut. And he revealed the news at the end of that, I guess. He's going to focus on
hot dog buns are the way to go.
focus on well-being and repair the damage he's done to his body over the past 2 decades. He said that his career took a real toll on him. He lost his appetite and the ability to even smell food. That sounds COVID-related. And so he decided it was time to change. I want to live a healthy and long life, so I've decided to quit competitive eating. He won the first Nathan's hot dog eating contest in 2001. Oh, I was thinking that
I thought that had been around longer.
Me too. He met his match when Joey Chestnut burst onto the scene and dethroned him in 2007. Well, there you go. One of the more storied rivalries, if not the most storied rivalry in competitive eating. I wonder if they'll hang his apron from the rafters. In 2010, he didn't
rafters? He ate at county fairs. And the zipper? Death trap rides?
I think you put it on the fence around the infield.
Yeah.
Infield?
And like usually county fairs have like a track where they do the derbies and stuff.
Yeah.
Mary's not in a yes and kind of mood today, I guess. In 2010, Kobayashi didn't participate in the hot dog eating contest because he was in the middle of a contract dispute with Major League Eating. And that's when he got arrested. Remember that? He jumped on stage. He went as a spectator, and he jumped on stage, and they arrested him. Because, as it turns out, he groped Goofy's ass.
Full circle.
Major League Eating.
Does that Goofy just got some real cakes or something?
Really
real
does.
grabbable ass.
Yeah. Hey, Dave.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Dave?
Hey, let's segue from another hot dog Goofy point of view. I got some Viggo Morton trivia that I need you to ask him when you talk to him, okay? Eastern Promises, probably one of his best movies, right?
Yep, I think so.
Unbelievable movie, right? All right, there's a bunch of full frontal in the bathhouse scene.
Yep.
You aware of that?
Yep.
All right, so
That's why he
from
loves
a ethnicity point of view, the character he was playing should have been uncircumcised.
Oh.
However, Vito had the perfect bell end in the film. Now,
What's wrong with this person?
This is true, okay?
Yeah.
Mary, let him cook.
He was supposed to wear an artificial, I guess, cap, if you will,
Yeah.
to show that he was unsnipped. And I guess it had fallen off so many times. If you remember the scene in the movie, it's brutal. And
Yep.
there had to be that was a physical role to act. I would love to have you ask him, was the artificial tip, is this real or is this folklore?
Okay, Dave, I can probably tell you right now it's unlikely I'm going to ask him that question, but I will write it down. And if I sense that there's perhaps a lull in our conversation, I'll just go, so was that a real cap or a fake cap there on the tip in Eastern Promises, the full frontal bathroom fight scene where the Russian mob are coming at him with blades and razors and knives like Chino Moreno. Thank you, Dave. All right, we got to go. Guardians baseball is minutes away, 2-3 against the Mets. What do you have coming up, William?
Tonight, Brothers Lounge, special taping for a bunch of comics from Cleveland. So come out and support Cleveland comedy. That's at 8 p.m. It's $10 in advance, $15 at the door. You can get tickets at billsquire.com, and that's all.
Mary Santora.
You can follow me on social media at Mary Santora Comedy. That's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of it. And then I also am going to be in Columbus. I'm trying to pull up where I'm going to be in Columbus on Thursday. If you follow my social media, and you'll see a post there with the links.
All right, sir. Okay, that's it. I'm out there on your socials at Alan Cox Show. My thanks to Daniel Stern for being on today. His memoir is called Home and Alone. It is on bookstore shelves now and on Amazon and everywhere else. This show available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever your podcasts pop up. And if you want to leave messages, you can do it on the app. There's a talkback button there. Voicemails on the After Hours line. That's just as easy. It's 216-986-8903. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Guardians are next, and I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.